Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's meeting of the Planning Committee. We will be following the agenda as set. So, first of all, could I ask the Democratic Services Officer if we've got any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. Before I go through the apologies, I'll just very quickly notice for the meeting. Please note that this meeting of the Planning Committee is being recorded by the Council for live broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. The meeting may also be recorded or streamed for live or subsequent broadcast by members of the public, although ultimate discretion in this matter lies with the Chair in case of disruption. For those in the room, please note that if the fire alarm sounds, please exit the building by way of the nearest available signed fire exit route and make your way to the assembly point along Bradley Road. Finally, please ensure background noise is kept to a minimum and mobile phones and other devices are switched off, or turn to a silent setting for the duration of the meeting. For those in the room, this includes turning off microphones and turning the volume down completely on laptops. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So,
sorry, apologies now. Yes, we have apologies for this meeting from Councillor Sharon Carr-Brown, Councillor Joe Clements and Councillor Peter Sidaway. And we have Patrick Canavan substituting for Councillor Carr-Brown, Councillor Moore substituting for Councillor Sidaway, and Councillor Tony Trent for Councillor Joe Clements.
So before we start, I'll ask everyone to introduce themselves for the benefit of those particularly listening online and those in the room. My name's Marion Lepedvin. I'm chair of this meeting and I'm a ward councillor for Newtown and Heatherlands ward.
Hello, I'm Paul Hilliard, vice chair, councillor for Muddyford, Stampit and West Highcliffe.
Councillor Cameron Adams for Kinson.
Councillor Gillett for Tobberwoods.
Councillor Julian Martin for Boscombe West.
Councillor Patrick Canavan, Boscombe West.
John Challoner, councillor for Camford Cliffs.
Yeah, Councillor Tony Trent, councillor for Old Newbourne Valley.
Hello, Kate Salmon, councillor for Moordown.
Councillor Michael Tarling for Christchurch Town.
Councillor David Flagg, Burton Grange ward.
Councillor Sandra Moore, Camford Heath.
Councillor Brian Hitchcock for Henworthy.
Good morning, Councillor Felicity Rice, Oakdale ward.
Thank you. And we also have various council officers with us. We have Mr. Robert Firth, legal, Mr. Jean Brunning, who is, I can't remember her title, Head of Planning. Mr. Hodges, David Hodges, who is Development Management, thank you. And we have 2 Democratic Services officers. We've already heard from Claire Johnson and we have Sarah Colwick as well. So,
sorry, it's Rebecca Rhodes.
Sorry, Rebecca. So, they are, the last 2 are here for the technicalities of the meeting. So we move on to the planning applications. We start with planning applications.
3 declarations.
Ah, yes. Have we got any declarations of interest before we go on? Brilliant.
Thank you, Chair. On regards to item 6C, the Hengistbury Head Long Groin, I've made some very positive comments in the past in public meetings about the essential scheme to protect Christchurch, so I will not be participating in this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Have we any other declarations of interest on any of the items on the agenda?
Chair, yes, so I've got a potential conflict of interest in relation to items 6A and 6B, so I'll leave the meeting for those items, Chair.
Thank you. So the first item is, is number 4. We have to confirm the minutes of the last meeting, which was on the 17th of August. Members of the committee who were present on that occasion, are you happy with the minutes? Are you happy to accept them and agree that they are correct?
Agreed.
Thank you. So that's agreed. So the way the meeting will progress, we shall start, for each item, we will have a presentation by the case officer. We will then have representations from opposers and supporters and from ward councillors if they wish to speak, ward councillors for that ward. Then we open it up to the committee. We start with a questions session for the members of the committee to clarify anything that has come up in the presentation or in the documents. And after at that point, there will be no discussion, no opinions expressed. And then once everybody is happy that they are completely au fait with what is proposed and any objections, any concerns, then we will move on to discussion of whether we accept the application or reject it. Then there will be a vote after someone has put a motion either to refuse or to accept, as the case may be, and then we move on. So we start with 6A, which is St Peter's Church Hall, and please could we have the presentation?
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay? Oh.
Thank you, Ms. Birch. Over to
Can
you.
you hear me okay? Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you when you're ready.
Can you see my presentation?
We can, yes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The application in front of you today.
It seems the public can't see them. Remember that the other screen doesn't seem to be working at the moment. So can you just pause for a moment?
Yeah.
morning again. I'm afraid we've still got technical difficulties with the screen for the members of the public to see and hear. So we'll have to continue the adjournment for at least another 5 minutes. My apologies. Well, get back as soon as we can. So at last the tech situation has been sorted out and we're ready to go. So back where we were, we're about to start the presentation for 6A. Miss Birch, the screen is already shared, so we're ready to go.
Perfect, okay. The application in front of you today is at St Peter's Church Hall in Poole, and it seeks to demolish the existing church hall and replace with a new development of 6 houses and associated parking. It has been brought to committee as there are over 20 letters of support, contrary to the recommendation for refusal. So the brought location, it's to the east side of Chapel Road, occupying a corner plot at the junction with Church Road. There is an existing single-storey community hall on site. Immediate surrounding development comprises of mainly residential dwellings, and the site is located immediately adjacent to Ashley Cross Conservation Area. So some site photos, so the church hall with the grass area to one end. There's informal parking to the other end. Another image of the hall when it appears to be in use. That's looking down towards the conservation area, which just starts around here. And then looking back to the section areas, this shows more historic houses with these red brick ones dating back over 100 years. So one of the primary issues regarding this application relates to the loss of the community facility. Part 3 of PP 26 of the Poole Local Plan outlines how the council will seek to retain sites currently or last used for community facilities. Development that would lead to the loss of such premises will only be permitted where the proposal provides sufficient community benefit to outweigh the loss of the existing facility or service, and it can be demonstrated that the loss would not result in a substantial decline in the range of facilities and services for local people, or the facility is no longer needed and it is not feasible to support its continued existence. So essentially there are 3 parts to this policy requirement. The first part is that any proposal must demonstrate that there is a significant community benefit to outweigh the loss of the existing facility. The planning statement outlines that the purpose of selling the site is to allow for the reordering for St Peter's Church, to allow things like enhanced facilities, a community hub, and incorporate the current use of the hall into the church itself. However, there is no mechanism possible for the local planning authority to ensure that changes to ensure the above actually occur. In addition to this, we have received correspondence to indicate that not all locate to the church building, and this for reasons like issues with internal layout of the church. There are also no planning applications at present to alter the church. Given its grade 2 star listed, any changes would be subject to planning permission. In addition, no affordable housing has been offered as part of this scheme to ensure community benefit. It is therefore considered that the scheme does not provide community benefit to outweigh the loss of this facility. So Part A states that the loss must not result in a substantial decline in the range of facilities and services for local people. Alternative facilities have been suggested by the applicant. However, it is considered that none are comparable to St Peter's Church Hall. The church hall is the only facility of its kind within the area of Ashley Cross, and the nearest standalone hall facility to hire is 1 mile away at St Luke's Church Hall. As outlined in the report, it is considered that the scheme would result in a significant loss for the local community, and correspondence received has indicated that the hall is well used, despite the applicant suggesting it is not. Part B states that the facility is no longer needed and it is not feasible to support its continued existence. No marketing as a community facility has taken place, and by this we mean it has not been offered for sale for use as a community facility. There has been a basic account of income and expenditure provided, however it does not demonstrate an entire failure of the site. Quotes for possible future works have been provided, however improvement or desire for more modern facilities does not demonstrate failure of the hall. As such, it is considered that Part B has not been satisfied, and the scheme therefore fails to meet the requirements of PP 36, and this forms the basis of refusal reason 1 outlined in your report. It should also be noted that a very similar scheme for 6 houses on the site was refused in 2022 for the same reason. So here's the proposed site plan. The scheme seeks to divide the site up into 6 plots with a communal parking area and a path to the rear. Each plot would measure approximately 5 metres in width, with the plot to the southern end being slightly wider. Each plot would measure 17 metres in length, with the dwellings measuring 8.5 metres in length and the gardens measuring 6 metres in length. So here's a block plan showing the wider concept. Resultant plot sizes would be considerably smaller than those within the immediate surrounding area. Development to the north along Chapel Road, after the junction with Church Road, comprised of detached dwellings on long spacious plots measuring approximately 37 metres in length and 9 to 10 metres in width. These dwellings generally do not span the entire width of the plot, with parking also to the frontage. Development to the rear is also spacious, with generously sized rear gardens and parking to the frontage. The proposed building line also sits approximately 8 metres forward to that of the dwellings to the north, and all these aspects are considered to be at odds with surrounding development. The proposed communal car park will also be evident when travelling along Chapel Road, and again, this is not in keeping with surrounding developments along this side of Chapel Road, where residential parking is located to the front of the sites. It is therefore considered that the increase in built form, amount of hard standing, overall layout and resulting plot sizes would fail to satisfactorily integrate with surrounding development. Overall, the scheme would appear cramped and contrived and would be of detriment to the character and appearance of the area. The scheme would represent an overdevelopment of the application site and would fail to provide sufficient land to enable a type, scale and layout of development that would preserve or enhance the residential character of the area. Again, the 2022 scheme was also refused for this reason. In terms of impact on the conservation area, the site is directly adjacent to the boundary with Ashley Cross Conservation Area, and therefore the proposal would have an effect on its setting. As explained above, the scheme is considered overdevelopment of the site, which would be evident when travelling into and out of the conservation area. The Conservation Officer has also expressed these concerns, and it is therefore considered that the proposed development would not harmonise with the street scene, nor would it enhance the transition into the conservation area, and it would therefore negatively affect the setting of the conservation area. This impact also feeds into refusal reason 2 in your report. So in terms of impact on amenity of future occupiers and neighbouring properties, each dwelling would benefit from a kitchen dining area and a living room on the ground floor, with 2 bedrooms on the first floor. All rooms are of an acceptable size and meet the minimum space standards. It is considered that the scheme will provide acceptable standards of amenity for future occupiers, and it is also considered that the scheme would not detrimentally impact the amenity of neighbouring residents by way of appearing oppressive, loss of light, overshadowing, or loss of privacy. And here's the proposed elevations. So with regards to highways and parking spaces and a turning area are proposed. Cycle parking for 2 bikes per house is also provided, and BCP Highway Authority have no objection to the scheme, subject to attachment of conditions. Had the scheme been acceptable, a condition to secure details of the measures to achieve 10% of the energy needs of the development through renewable sources would have been ensured to meet policy PP37. So to conclude, the proposed scheme would contribute to the Council's demand for housing. However, it would provide 6 residential units which would fail to satisfactorily integrate with surrounding development. The scheme would appear cramped and contrived and would be of detriment to the character and appearance of the area and to the significance of the adjacent conservation area, contrary to policies PP27, PP28 and PP30. The scheme would also fail to meet the requirements of PP26 in that it would result in the loss of a community facility, which would result in a significant loss in the range of facilities and services for the local community. It has also not been satisfactorily demonstrated that the facility is no longer needed and it is not feasible to support its continued existence. The scheme is also contrary to PP32 and PP39 in that the applicant has not submitted a Section 106 form or paid the relevant contributions towards Dorset Heathlands and Poole Harbour Recreation SAM. The scheme is therefore recommended for refusal for the 4 reasons outlined in your report. In terms of additional information received since the time the report was published, a BAT survey has been submitted which concludes the bill BAT risks and recommends a number of mitigation and enhancement measures. The Biodiversity Officer has been consulted on this, however no response has been received as of yet. It is however likely that a planning condition could be used to ensure the mitigation measures and enhancements if the scheme was approved today. A number of other documents have also been received from objecting parties as outlined in the addendum, and a video link showing bats in the area has also been submitted. It is noted that 2 letters have been sent to members of the committee. One from the agent rebuts the refusal reasons relating to PP26 and to overdevelopment. The other letter offers support to the scheme and does not introduce any new matters. Since the time of the addendum being finalised, a letter of objection has also been received addressed to the committee, and it also does not address any new matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. So now we move on to the speakers who are objecting and supporting, and could we have the name of the first speaker, please?
Thank you, Chair. The first speaker is Emma Lister. Thank you, Chair. The first speaker is Emma Lister. Thank you, Chair. The first speaker is Emma Lister. Thank you, Chair. The first speaker is Emma Lister. Thank you, Chair. The first speaker is Emma Lister. Thank you, Chair. The first speaker is Emma Lister. Thank you, Chair. The first speaker is Emma Lister. Thank you, Chair. The first speaker is Emma Lister. Thank you, Chair. The first speaker is Emma Lister. Thank you, Chair. The first speaker is Emma Lister. Thank you, Chair. The first speaker is Emma Lister. Thank you, Chair. The first speaker is Emma Lister. Thank you, Chair. The first speaker is Emma Lister. Thank you, Chair. The first speaker is Emma Lister. Thank you, Chair. The first speaker is Emma Lister. Thank you, Chair. The first speaker is Emma Lister. Thank you,
There must be a duty of care towards the parish as a whole. The appellant and church are seemingly succeeding in closing its doors on the local residents, those who use the hall every day, but also vitally the children who actually have had no voice in this process and who have not been actually acknowledged. The change of land use for more housing is inappropriate. The hall is a busy, well-used community facility and has been for nearly 50 years. The St Peter's website currently states that our parish centre provides an excellent facility for a variety of activities. Yes, it does. It is an already up and running space, fit for purpose, spacious, and was built for all different groups, but especially children, to utilise, with the amenities that they all need in situ. It also provides a regular revenue stream to the church. The church already has a thriving, busy community hub. It's at the church hall, where footfall is regular and actually greater than in the church building itself. St Peter's previous accounts state that the hall is well maintained and self-supporting and contributes to church funds. Submitted accounts for these applications do not show documented bank statements, receipts or invoices and are not professionally verified by an accountant. Losses are minimal, income calculations are seemingly inaccurate. This does not support demolition. The children's groups are the most vital aspect in this. The loss of the hall would have a massive impact on current and future users. And the crux, but we have been told slightly differently this morning by Mr. Trotman, is that none of the children's groups who use the hall now will be relocating to the church. The church simply cannot and is not providing a suitable like-for-like provision. There is a lack of other available and suitable community spaces in this locality for children's groups. These children's groups will be lost forever and the community will suffer. Non-church children's groups are not acknowledged in any of the church's plans. More housing, whether 6 terraces or 4 detached, is not the answer here. There have already been considerable building developments in this locality: St Peter's Road, St Peter's Mews, Parr Street, Old School Close, Chalice Close, Old Church Mews, Springfield Road, Dane Court Road, and more recently Chapel Road. These application plans are cramped and do not reflect the designs and space of the immediate surrounding properties. Heights and elevation measurements have still not been submitted. The area would become overwhelmed and overlooked, especially when adjacent to a conservation area. Residents have not been formally consulted at any stage in this year-long process. The lack of communication and transparency has been extremely concerning. Submitted VPRA minutes in the appellant's documents are unfounded and reveal a concerning conflict of interests and do not reflect residents' opinions, as seen in the large amount of objection letters from the Chapel and Church Road residents' community, of which I hasten to add there were just as many in total as supporting ones. It is notable that supporting letters have all been written very repetitively, yet do contradict the planning officer's refusal statements. In 1975, Mr. Gould gave St Peter's £35,000, which equates today to £300,000, for a community hall, and I quote, to be built, to be separate from the church building and specifically for the youth of the parish. It was built as a space large enough to be used by youth organisations, to be used as a community centre by parishioners of all ages, not necessarily church members, but with a focus on youth. These were the conditions of the money and the build, which St Peter's clergy agreed and adhered to. These current applications do not consider the local community as a whole. They also fail to provide a credible, guaranteed alternative to the existing provision for children's groups that the hall already provides. In reality, the youth groups will be lost forever in this locality. In his coronation sermon, Justin Wilby spoke about active love and the nurturing of the young, how the Christian church must show Christian love and service to the local communities of children that it serves, that we are all called by God to serve. This love and service are vital for the benefit of all the community in Ashley Cross, now but in the future too, not just to serve adults or church members, but the wider local community, children's groups, our future society of Poole. This hall is an asset. It continues to give and serve the whole local community, which is what it was initially built to do with Mr. Gould's money and the full agreement of the St Peter's Church clergy. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And we have some other speakers.
We do. We have the Reverend Mike Trotman speaking in support of this application.
So, Mr. Trotman, if you could come to the microphone, please.
Good morning. My name is Reverend Mike Trotman, Rector of St. Peter's Church, and I speak on behalf of the landowner, the church, who fully supports the redevelopment of the church hall. This scheme will fund the final stage of our proposal to put this parish church back at the heart of our local community as the cornerstone of Ashley Cross once again. The existing church hall needs major improvements. It has condemned heaters, inadequate toilets, and it is financially unviable for the church to continue to subsidise the hall's running costs. Therefore, the church has already taken the decision to close the hall in early 2024, irrespective of the outcome of this planning application before you today. The hall is closing, and every existing hall user and community group is welcome to use the church. I'm passionate about making this happen, and I will be encouraging every single group that uses the church hall, including the Brownies, the uniformed organisations, the children, to use St. Peter's Church. St. Peter's Church is already increasingly being used as a community amenity with a lunch club, drama group and musical concerts happening on a weekly basis. We aspire to be a leading community facility, accommodating children's groups, uniformed organisations, exercise classes, art exhibitions and evening performances. Several existing hall users, including Pilates, junior theatre and a yoga group, are really excited about the opportunity to move their classes into the church space. The community activities held in the hall will not be lost, but be relocated to St. Peter's Church, which is only 180 metres away. The church nave offers 3 times the vacant event space compared to the hall. We're just finishing our initial church upgrades. We had planning permission for it, faculty, including 5 new accessible toilets, a brand new flexible seating arrangement to meet the needs of any social groups. The church is already becoming an enhanced facility, and the sale of the hall to the applicant will inject much needed funds to make the rest of this community project achievable. Planning Policy 26 allows for the redevelopment of this hall location, provided it can be demonstrated the loss would not result in a substantial decline in the range of facilities and services for local people. Following its closure, all the existing users of the hall shall be offered the use of the church with immediate effect. How exciting would it be to breathe new life into a church, enabling us to make a considerable civic, cultural and economic contribution to the wider community. The planning officer considers that there's no guarantee the money from the hall's proposed sale will be used to complete the next stage of St. Peter's renovations. This is completely incorrect, because the church's trust and property officer has confirmed in writing that the funds must be spent on the St. Peter's renovation project alone. The landowner is very clear on how the funds must be spent, as legally it can only be spent on this community refurbishment project. The design of the houses is pleasant, in keeping, and will positively contribute to housing stock for families in the area. It also offers a new additional pavement to improve pedestrian safety, which is not required by policy and is supported by your highway officers. So this planning application will enable us to achieve our goal to become a wonderful, revitalised community facility being used by young children, families and people of all ages. Councillors, you can help us to reach out into our local community for the common good. I therefore implore this planning committee to embrace our bold vision and support us by approving this planning application for the redevelopment of the hall. One last thought, however, if you are in two minds, please defer this application to enable you to visit both the hall and the church, to understand what community facilities and services are offered in both locations, which are not being lost, but replaced with a much better opportunity. This is detrimental to the life of St. Peter's, to our parish, and to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask the members of the public please to remain quiet, just listen, but that's all you should be doing at this stage. So do we have any more speakers? More representations?
That's all for this item.
Thank you. So over to the members of the committee for questions. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions, please, to the officer. First of all, the demolition has been approved. So similar to what we've heard that the hall could be closed, is going to be closed to hirers in the new year. Similarly, it could be demolished any time now. What is the impact? Because obviously the big thing is the PP 26. How long after demolition, or how long after it's closed to hirers, does the need to prove the community facility is needed, or is it an ongoing for that site? Thank you.
Chair, could I bring my policy colleague, Chloe Oliver, in to provide more information on this, please?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can, yes. Thank you.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you, Chair. The policy in the first section of PP 26 outlines that it's not related to. It's related to the site as a whole. So even if they, as I say, they've got prior approval to demolish the building already, if they were to demolish the building, PP 26 still stands to be considered in any future application because it's related to the site. So the site's last use would be community use. So they would, any future application would still have to achieve PP 26 and actually complying with that, regardless of, as I say, whether there's a building on site or not. So we would still expect that the policy was complied with.
Okay, thanks for confirming. And then connected to that, so obviously the church is saying that they can accommodate all their existing hirers from the hall into the church. What would we need as a council, or do we just trust them, or would we have a condition to say that is required? Thank you.
Mrs. Brunning is going to answer this question, please.
Yeah, and thank you, members. And herein lies the problem, that we have the churches say that they are going to invest the money, and I'm not doubting their word at all, but there is no planning mechanism by which we could actually guarantee that. So if we grant planning permission for this, we cannot enter into any legal agreement or anything to ensure that that money does go into providing community facilities elsewhere. And that therein lies the problem, that, you know, I understand what the church is trying to do. I understand that they want to invest the money, but as a planning authority, we cannot guarantee that. This is effectively a commercial development, and the fact that they intend to spend the money on upgrading facilities elsewhere in the church, it's fine, but we as a planning authority cannot guarantee that spend. And therein lies the problem. So that there is the potential, and I'm saying there's a potential for a loss of the facility and no alternative facility being replaced. And that is why the recommendation is a refusal, because you are losing a community facility without any guarantee that the community facility can be provided elsewhere.
So can I just confirm for my own benefit and for the members of the committee, we need to consider this application on its merits as an application to replace the hall with housing, we cannot at this stage take into account what might or might not result in terms of the use of the money for other facilities.
That's correct.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Councillor Gill.
So I just really want to clarify on Councillor Hilliard's point there. When we're looking at so if you look at PP 26 and you're saying that it must be demonstrated that the replacement of provision is either equivalent or of greater quantity and quality. Obviously, we're ignoring what's going on potentially within the church, but are we comparing that really with things or permissions already been granted for the demolition? Are we comparing that with a demolished church hall? Are we looking for more provision in a sense than a demolished church hall because that's already been approved rather than an active one?
Well, technically, that is a fallback position that the church hall is demolished, but basically all that does is then allow the land to be available for the erection of some other community facility. What we're basically saying is that the land in question, the site, as Chloe explained, is available for community use, and there would be nothing to stop another community facility being erected on that site.
Yes.
So, but and in terms of PP 26, it just must have more provision than what is or existing or equivalent position of what's existing. So when we're comparing it to the community provision of a demolished church hall.
No, because there's no guarantee at this present time that the church will actually demolish the church hall. They say they will, but at the moment the church hall is still there and it's still being used. I mean, it has a fallback position of demolition, but that doesn't mean to say it will necessarily take place.
Councillor Salmon.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask about how this current application and indeed the next one play into the currently undetermined appeal on the previous application, which was very similar. So, because I don't quite understand, if there's an open appeal for an almost identical application, what are we doing here with this almost identical application in front of us?
Good question, which Mrs. Brunning will answer for us.
Each application has got to be considered on its own merits. You obviously have the ability to determine these applications. The fact that there's an undetermined appeal has no bearing on any decision making you make today. That decision making through the appeal process will now be undertaken by the Planning Inspectorate, and it's entirely separate from what you're considering today. Each application has got to be considered on its own merits.
As a follow-up question, can I just ask if we know any sort of timescale around the appeal?
No, I'm afraid not. We have no knowledge of exactly when the inspector will be dealing with that.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. On another question about the conservation area, could the officer just confirm, obviously, what we see in front of us, the 6 houses in a terrace form, and the conservation officer has said it's not appropriate out of character for the conservation area, but a few meters down the road is in the conservation area is a terrace. Obviously, could you just expand how they differ, please? Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's important. Yeah, I think it's important to note that a lot of those houses, they're quite historical in nature. They're over 150 years old. We're not averse to terrace housing. There's just too many on the site. It's overdevelopment.
Okay, thanks for confirming.
Councillor Challoner.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to go back to the previous point with regards to the PP 26 and the failure to show that it would not result in a substantial decline in the range of facilities and services for local people, when we are being told that actually there is a larger area that would be available. And I understand the officer's point with regards to there is no guarantee, but if we're being told that here is the option, no space would be lost, surely is that not a material factor going forward on this, in so much as there is still enough community space available?
Mrs. Bunny?
It's a question of whether or not it's comparable space. St Peter's Church is a Grade 2 star listed building, and any fixtures would need specialist consent to move them to make any sort of open plan area. I'm not saying that some of the existing uses could not take place at St Peter's. They clearly could, as indeed many churches are now becoming more multifunctional. But there are going to be limitations because of the Grade 2 star nature of the church as to what they can do. I've had a very quick look at the history of St Peter's Church just while we've been online, and I can't at the moment find any consent for internal works in the sense of creating an open space. Now, obviously, listed building consent is required. That there is ecclesiastical exemption, as the Reverend has mentioned, for certain works. But again, removal of permanent fixtures would actually require listed building consent. And therefore, I'm not sure that you could say at the present time it is a comparable space. That is something that I wouldn't have that level of knowledge about at the present time, but I can't see anything in terms of planning history to allow for a similar space. But again, that's something that you would need to take into account.
On a completely different point, I went down just to have a look at the sites, and on the presentation it said about the closest equivalent site was at, I think it was St Luke's Church, which was a mile away. I identified a number of sites in that area. The site formerly known as Parkstone United Reformed Church seems to have a hall. There seems to be a hall for which you can rent on the corner of Wessex and Saltons Road, and there's also one in the former Conservative Club. I wonder if there's any reason why they were disregarded.
I suspect.
Okay.
Go on, Sophie. Do you want to go?
No, go on ahead, Jean. I was going to ask Chloe. But
I suspect because they're private halls that you could rent in the same way as you can rent probably space within Bournemouth University at the end of North Road. But it's a question of whether or not they would be available for public rental on a regular basis. That's all.
Mr. Firth, you had your hand up. Do you still want to come in on something?
Chairman, I was going to come in a couple of points actually, and I'm just trying to clarify a couple of issues that have been raised by members. I just want to touch on the funding point first of all. As a matter of law, the issue of what's euphemistically called enabling development has been recognised. In other words, you will use what might be an unacceptable action to fund another one. That's not necessarily unlawful to do it. Whether it can be secured or not, and whether it's appropriate and the weight you give to that coming forward does depend on the facts of the case. Now, in this particular case, I don't know enough about the detail to comment on it, but what I would say is I'm not aware yet of information before you which would perhaps indicate to you how essential the money is. So if they got money from this scheme, how critical is it to enable this funding, enable this brought forward that the church who did too? Equally, I'm not aware of anything before you that shows that even if it was going to be secured and was necessary for those works, that those works would be acceptable in planning terms. So it might not happen in any event. So there are a number of elements there which, from the information I've heard so far, would lead me to question, even if, as a matter of law, enabling development might be possible, it would be appropriate in the weight you'd give it to it in this particular case, i.e. how necessary is it? The other point which has been referred to as the fallback, which again, I just actually endorse really what Ms. Brenning identified, which is there is a fallback position, which has been, well, there is a theoretical fallback position that's been identified here, let's say that at this stage, i.e. the community hall can be demolished under permitted development rights. However, what you've also been told is that even if it's demolished, you'll still have a policy position that requires this site to still be used for community facilities. And therefore, I think the question you might want to ask yourself, and probably should, or legally should ask yourself, is, well, considering the weight to give to that potential fallback position, how likely do I think it will be the case that the church would go ahead and demolish this site if the net effect is they would still have to deal with the policy position of requiring the site to still be used for community purposes? Jim, I don't know if that helps or not, but that tries to...
I'm not sure that it does, but I'll leave that to members of the committee to judge. Councillor Salmon.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, I have a question about I noticed in the addendum that we received yesterday that one of the new bits of information that was submitted was a diary detailing hall usage in July. All the way through reading all of the papers to do with this application, I really wanted to have some numbers around the usage of the hall, because one side says well used and the other side says badly used. Those are really subjective terms. Is it at all possible to see that document here, or for someone to give a bit more information, to put some figures on usage, because I think that is quite important. We are talking about loss of community facility, and people are arguing that it's not much of a loss or it is a huge loss, and we need some certainty there, I think.
I have asked for that document to be uploaded online. Hopefully it is, but if not, I could run through the diary to show the dates that it was in use, if that's okay, Chair.
I think that's helpful.
Yeah. Just bear with me 1 minute. I just need to get it.
Sophie, can you also please clarify whether or not this is a diary that's come from an official source, or whether or not it's just a log that someone's put together, please?
It's a log that someone has put together. I'll just start. So this is from its typical week starting the 3rd of July 2023. So Sunday, July the 2nd, there was children's birthday parties all afternoon, so this seemed like a private hire. Monday the 3rd of July, all morning, it was Jiggly Wrigglers, which is a mother baby toddler group. The afternoon of July the 3rd, there was a Swish of the Curtain children's drama group, and in the evening there was adult yoga, and it's accompanied with photos that do show the hall being used. Tuesday, July the 4th, all morning there was physio Pilates, and in the evening there was adult yoga. Wednesday, July the 5th, there was late afternoon, early evening Scouts Beaver group. Thursday, July the 6th, all morning there was physio and Pilates, and then in the evening there was one and they were doing gardening and team games, and again this is accompanied with images showing the hall in use, and also the brownies barbecuing. And then in the evening from approximately 7:30 to 9:30 there was Scouts, and they're doing team activities, fire building activities. Friday, July the 7th, all morning it was the Jiggly Regulars mother, baby and toddler group. And then late afternoon into the evening, there was Beavers and Scouts. And then
Miss Birch, can I interrupt? We've got the picture from 1 week, but I think that it's not really appropriate to go on, although I did ask for it.
Can I just make it clear that this is a private log? It is not an official log, and therefore only limited weight and very limited weight should be given to this. I mean, what you've basically got is two sets of opinions, one saying that the hall is not used, one saying the hall is well used. So I'm afraid it's for members to now decide what weight they give to that.
Thank you. Have we any more questions?
Yeah, I suppose it's just a clarification regarding the community space. We've got the church building itself, and then we've got this hall. So even if some of the current community use is moved over to the hall, surely there's we're still like there is a certain amount of capacity in the church that can be expanded and used to its best ability. That doesn't mean that you have to get, like, either way we are losing community space, even if some of that stuff moves into the church hall. It just seems confusing that we're that's not obvious.
I think we're straying on to opinions now, but it looks.
But the volume,
I'm not seeing hands up for questions anyway. Was there a question there?
Well, the volume of community space is clearly going to be reduced.
Sorry?
The volume of community space is clearly going to be reduced. It's not opinion.
Yeah, that's not a question. But I don't see anyone else wanting to ask questions, so I think we probably are ready to move on to debate. So, Councillor Rice, you've started the debate, or possibly not.
Sophie, can you go back and put the actual text of the policy up, please? Because I think members need to look at, and there are basically two tests in the policy, A and B. and members need to make their decision in accordance with those tests. So if you can pull that back up, just so that members have got it there for information. Thank you.
Chairman, just to add to that, you'll see the tests actually are written for members' benefit in the second sentence. You see a development that would lead to the loss of such premises will only be permitted, first bit, where the proposal provides sufficient community benefit to outweigh the loss of the existing facility or service. So that's the first question. And then you've got an either or option for the next two, and it can be demonstrated. So second test, either the loss would not result in a substantial decline in the range of facilities and services for local people, or B, the facility is no longer needed and it is not feasible to support its continued existence. So A and B are an either or, but then there's the first part in that second sentence that members also need to have regard to. And obviously that's what you need to direct your mind to as far as this policy is concerned. Do you think it's this particular proposal breaches any of those particular elements?
Thank you for that clarification. So, members, I think we're down to debate now. Does anyone want to? Well, Councillor Rice has sort of started us. Councillor Tarling?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm start off. I've been involved in this sort of development before, where church has been involved in selling off a public hall to actually build a hall on its within its ground, and it does create divisions in communities, and I'll implore everybody that's involved in this to please don't let it divide communities. As much as, you know, I'm a churchgoer and I like to see thriving Christian communities and involvement, I think it's quite key to point out that the church has been given the responsibility to run a lot of establishments that perhaps have been given as a Christian gift, but for the greater community. Moving on, I think the point of this policy consideration here, I'm very conflicted. I think actually the architectural offering of the houses and I think it's quite good architecturally. I take on board that there's the actual density is probably a bit too high for the area, but generally speaking, it's adding to our housing benefit. But that's not the point we've been asked to really consider here. It is PP 26 that's up here. And as much as I would love to probably go along with the application and recommend that it's granted, I don't think that the applicant has actually proved the point here, and I don't think any provision in the church will match what is available in this hall. I have been a scout leader, and you know, we treat scouts, which up until a few years ago was actually a Christian organisation. It's not anymore, or with Christian roots, shall I say. And one thing is to treat churches with respect. And I would, as a scout leader, be quite nervous about letting my scouts kick footballs around when there's, you know, sort of a grade 2 star listed building. I don't think there's parity in the offer here. So that's just one example, and I appreciate it's not the basis, but I don't think that the proof of A and B here has been made. If we've been presented with something different, with the alternative, with the provision in detail that was being offered as in compensation for the loss of community use or community facilities, then, you know, I'd be minded to grant it. But I don't think the applicants made the point here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Trent.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I must admit I'm equally torn between two ways of looking at this. But the thing that stands out from all of this is how disconnected the whole planning system is. The fact that it can be allowed under permitted development to demolish premises, and that premises couldn't be redeveloped because of the loss of the facility that the potentially demolished premises provides. I do agree with what's just said, that there are certain uses which don't fit within a church environment. My own experience of St. Peter's, which I'm sort of repeating tomorrow, is something which fits within what a church is doing, and you know, it's the whole vibe is correct. But you know, the point about scouts and so on and other youth groups using a church, the main body of a church, as a activity centre doesn't sort of fit well. It's a pity in some ways that the two applications weren't considered together, because I think they're I agree that actually looking at it, I'm aware of quite a lot of premises in that area that have got that terrace look about it. The other point which I find difficult to accept is the assumption that there aren't many alternative public places to use. By comparison, the area I represent, which is pretty sizable, is got almost zero. It's got one tiny church hall and sort of a community centre, but you know, within the mile there isn't anywhere near as much publicly available space as there is within a mile of this particular site. So I'm sort of conflicted on it, because I don't I would be uneasy going against a recommendation, and because of the disconnection in the whole planning process, we're actually boxed into a corner in some ways. We could lose something without there being any sort of benefit. But whether this application is the correct application for the space, I don't know, because I would certainly be looking for something that's separate to the church. So, as I say, I'm conflicted on this at the moment, and I hope I'm persuaded one way or the other.
Thank you. On the subject of other available halls in the area, I'm aware of their existence. What we don't know, of course, is how much they are available, how much they are already used, whether there is spare capacity in any of those halls for the groups that currently meet in St Peter's Hall. So this is, you know, we're speaking hypothetically about a lot of this.
Well, I think that's the point with respect, Jen. It's the point that Councillor Salmon has already made, that we simply don't know. And one could say that the applicant has in fact met both of those, A and B, partially. One could argue that. And I am therefore seeking a little bit of guidance, really, that if this comes down to judgment rather than fact, are we in a position to be able to say, well, let's go and have a look at it then? Because that was offered by the applicant, to actually go and have a site visit and see for ourselves. Is that possible, is what I'm asking, because I don't believe the application those points.
The thing is, if we were to go and see it, we will be seeing it as it is now, not as it might or might not be altered. So
I appreciate that, but it would enable us to visit the church, to see the capacity, to be able to judge for ourselves whether the facilities at the church and to or greater than what's already being provided in the hall, and whether or not, you know, we are looking at a substantial decline or not. Because that's a judgment at the end of the day. It's partly down to statistics of how it is used, but it's a judgment about how substantial that decline is, if it's substantial at all, and also whether or not there is actually a need for it, if it can be replaced. In my view, Chair, and it's only my view, those are questions of judgment. They are not questions of fact. So I'm simply asking whether it would be possible, in order to help us make that judgment, whether we could go and have a look.
We've already had it explained to us that we must look at what is in front of us, what we've got in the case officer's report, the presentation, the representations we've heard, that is what we need to work on, and come to a planning decision on that.
Chair, the first test you've got to look at is actually in the text, not in A and B, and that is whether or not that it says the development would lead to the loss of premises. It will only be permitted where the proposal provides sufficient community benefit to outweigh the loss, and that's what you need to consider is whether or not the proposal to erect housing here provides sufficient community benefit to outweigh the loss of the existing community facility. And then you go on to test A and B. So the first point that you need to think about is, will there be community benefit arising out of this that provides sufficient justification for the loss of the existing community facility?
Councillor Salmon.
I think it's really regrettable, going back slightly to what Councillor Canavan said, that there wasn't better evidence provided about the percentage of usage of the hall, about a lot of more certainty around the details of the community facilities that would and wouldn't be available, what's in use now, what will be in use in the event of all this happening and the church being renovated. I think it's also regrettable, from everything I've understood through this application, that there wasn't more community consultation. It seems to have been limited in terms of certain sections of the local community. And as far as I can see, it would appear to be that we're in a situation where there's a bit of a failure of policy, that this application apparently must be refused for the reasons that Jean's just said. But when the outcome of this application being refused might well be the loss of the hall and an impediment to the church completing its vision to become a modern community hub, which that certainly does represent a decline in the range of facilities and services for local people. I understand the constraints that we're under as a committee, but I feel that I wanted to say that I note that, because the point about we keep coming back to this, those other places that are available in the local community aren't public, they're privately run. Well, this community hall doesn't have to be open. It's not, there's no legal requirement for that to remain open to the community. And so by the same token, we seem to be sometimes arguing it both ways, saying this is a community facility, but actually it's not a community facility that has to be there. And that's painted us into a corner, which I think Councillor Trent mentioned as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to give an example of what I would perceive as not leading to a decrease in sufficient community benefit for this site. For example, if the development was a hall in the bottom and then flats on the top, then you would have a replacement of the community facility on the same site, but also additional benefit. Whereas just simply not providing 6 homes doesn't provide adequate replacement of community benefit. So that's how I would interpret that loss of community facility.
Councillor Challoner.
Thank you, Chair. As a former ward councillor for this area, I think I know it fairly well. And I absolutely appreciate what Councillor Tarling said earlier in terms of it's the kind of issue that does really risk tearing part of a community and turning it against each other. And that's the last thing you want to achieve. But I think what we need to look at here is that it is a fairly tired hall that is going to have significant ongoing maintenance costs, and that the sale of this hall is going to enable work to be carried on for the benefit of the community. I think also that what needs to be weighed in here as a factor is that we're being presented with a scheme that is actually creating some family homes. This isn't just some crammed in flats that we seem to be forever having to look at. And that surely has to have some bearing on this. And I would push back and say, I don't agree with the fact that some are saying this application must be refused. I would say it should be approved. Now, whether or not there are any Other factors we look at on the subsequent application is another thing. I think architecturally it's fine. I think actually sits well within that area. There are examples of some very quite close and dense housing there. And yes, I know they're old, but that's just the nature of the area. This to me presents itself as a scheme that enables us to have some family homes in a location that is just being flatted, overdeveloped with flats. And I do feel that there is sufficient provision here for community use going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Adams and then Councillor Martin.
Sorry, thank you. I'm glad Councillor Challoner spoke before me because I agree with almost every word he said. The thing I think is really, really difficult is obviously in the PP 26 or whatever it is, it says that development that would lead to loss of such premises will only be permitted when they provide sufficient community benefit. They've tried to explain the community benefit that it will provide, and then they've said we can't take it into account. So they've looked at improving another facility. We can't really take it into account, which I think is absolute madness. But on balance, I agree with everything Councillor Challoner has just said.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Yeah, I'm just concerned church for community is the community activities. It's just not really realistic for reasons that people have already mentioned. For a start, it's permanently consecrated ground, and the church might consider some activities might not be considered appropriate to happen in there. The other thing is if you've got groups going on in the week, things do happen in the church during the week. So, for example, if you've got a funeral, you may have to cancel a mums and toddlers group or something to facilitate the funeral instead. The other thing as well is a lot of these groups require storage space for activities, particularly children's groups where they've got to store toys and things. And I just can't see that there would be space in a church to do that in a grade to make room to secure storage for these activities. And also a lot of activities need open space, you know, like drama groups, Pilates, yoga, and if you've got permanent pews in place, so and the other thing as well is although we're predominantly a Christian country, I do worry that things should be inclusive under the Equality Act, and some people might not feel comfortable using a church or going into a church. And I think that's really, really important that we have to be an inclusive society. So those people are going to be excluded from community facilities. I'm just concerned that building houses on that plot will take us past the point of no return. And I was wondering if it might be, you know, for them a subsequent application after the existing community centre has been demolished, and then we'd have evidence of how the, you know, working the groups meeting in the church is actually working. So to defer it for now. That's what I've got to say. Sorry.
Chairman, I don't know if I'm going to confuse members again, I fear. But I'm going to try and re-explain what I said last time, because I think it goes to 2 points which members are really struggling with, which comes back to these points about enabling development and fallback. And so first of all, I'll deal with the fallback point again, and I'll try and explain it in a slightly different way to make it more clear. You can put the various issues before you and weigh them in the balance, and that's really what we're talking about here. You all know, members, that planning is all about weighing issues in the balance and how much weight I give to the various points. Well, in the case of fallback, and the fallback is this issue about demolition, you have a potential fallback. And whether it's a legitimate fallback or not would depend on whether or not you think how likely it is the church would go ahead and demolish this site and leave it vacant. They can't get this planning permission, because that's the loss you're talking about. Now, if you think, yeah, that's likely, they'll do that, then I would say that's a material consideration to which you should give clear weight, because essentially it addresses this point about substantial decline in the rents facilities, because they'll be lost because the church will take away this site and never use it again for a community facility. If that's what they're saying, then that's a point. But of course, if they don't get this permission, would they do that? That is the challenge before you as far as that weighting exercise is concerned. Now, maybe you think, I don't have that information before me and I need to look at it further. But that's how you square that particular question. Not easy to square, but I'm saying that's how you legally deal with this issue of fallback. How much weight am I going to give to it? Do I think it is a legitimate fallback? How likely is it to happen if I refuse this scheme? As far as the enabling development again is concerned, so again, just to reiterate that point, it's a matter of law. In appropriate circumstances, I stress in appropriate circumstances, it is possible to have a situation where something which would normally be unacceptable in planning terms, you say, okay, I'll allow that to happen because I can get a benefit in some other way. Now, an example of that, which happened many years ago, was to do with the Royal Opera House. And what it was found was the Royal Opera House, important listed building, was going to be adversely affected and was in the process of being adversely affected. And it was held to be, as a matter of law, in principle, possible to look at a scheme to enable housing to be come forward to fund the enabling development, in other words, the improvement of the Royal Opera House. But what there needs to be is a clear linkage and sufficient information before you to be confident, if that's what you're going to give weight to, am I going to say that is appropriate? Does that overcome my concerns in policy terms? That those two proposals are sufficiently linked and robust as to mean I'm going to say that's okay. I think that's a sufficient gain to say I should disregard policy, perhaps, in that particular case. And I believe what Ms. Brunning has explained to you is on the facts before you present, on the information she has available, she hasn't seen the evidence sufficient to say that linkage and that evidence can be assumed. And that's really the point I was trying to make to you. Can you say on the information before you, and I haven't got all the information before me, so I can't tell you that, but can you say on the information that's being presented to you, and the officer might be able to clarify further, this scheme, I'm going to give it weight, I'm going to give what's coming for you weight, because I think the money will certainly be used for that benefit, but perhaps more importantly, how beneficial will those works be, and do I think those works are going to happen? Because this is a listed building you're going to talk about. You assume that those works will happen if they haven't yet been given permission or indeed aren't before you as part of this application to consider in the round. So again, I'm not sure that does not give you a definitive answer, but hopefully explains to you when you're dealing with this, if this is all I think about how much weight you're giving to the different points and whether you think you've got sufficient information before you to be able to make those judgments. Now, if you don't, you have options. You can refuse on the basis of insufficient information or for whatever reasons that have been put before you. You could defer, but I don't know the likelihood of this scheme coming forward with the sufficient information to determine, or even if this is the right application to bring back to you. Those, I'm afraid, are the difficult questions you have to deal with. But as I said, hopefully that explains. I don't think it's an impossible decision here. I don't think you have to refuse. I don't think you have to approve. I think you need to weigh these issues in the balance and decide how much weight you're going to give to each point and explain it, of course, if you're going to go against the officer recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. So when I obviously heard all this, but looking at it, this particular application in front of us is so close to the existing application which has been refused, because one of the key parts, we've been focusing on the community benefit, but the 6 properties on the site is about the cramped and impact. So I go for refusal, proposed refusal as set out, in particular the community benefit as laid out, but also in this particular one is about the cramped properties. Thank you.
Thank you. So have we got a seconder for that proposal? That motion? Councillor Rice, I think.
Yes.
Councillor Gillett had his hand up to speak before, and then we've got Councillor Trent.
It was just going, just reclarifying in terms of PP 26. There was a similar an application which the applicants believe was similar at Sunny Hill Church, which was being let to a single organisation, a nursery, although they sublet it to various different community groups. They were permitted because they were providing some community value because they put they said that there was a condition that they would put some affordable housing on the site. So if there was a condition placed on for affordable housing, would that meet the community requirement?
I think the biggest problem here is that there is no way at the present time we can link the loss of this facility to whatever, be it affordable housing or be it general purpose housing, to investing in a community facility elsewhere. There is no planning mechanism to do that. And that is the problem we have. And as Rob tried to explain, if we had that clear linkage where we could then enter into a legal agreement or enter into a condition that says that the alternative provision was available to the house, then we could deal with it as enabling development, as true enabling development, because you'd be able to see that clear loss of a facility and the provision of an alternative one. We don't have that clear linkage at the present time. All we have is the church's word that they are going to use the money from here to put elsewhere. And that's the problem we have in planning terms. And as a planning authority, we have no ability to enforce it. So in essence, yes, obviously affordable housing is of if you like, of greater community benefit than market housing, but actually the principle remains the same. Is all I'm saying.
Councillor Trent.
I think that was half of what I was going to say answered, but I was actually going back to the suggestion made by Councillor Canavan, because if that had been a proposal, I would have seconded that, because it's very difficult to picture the inside of the church and how it all works. As I say, I've got a picture in my head, but I can't translate from just what I remember from being there last year, how it would be usable for the kind of activities that would be lost by the loss of the hall. So if that was a proposal to actually visit it to look at the space available within the church, then I would go along with it. The other question I was going to ask and so on, because we were talking about community benefit, and was say for affordable housing units actually community benefit overall, because the 2-bedroom houses, and I take the point of Councillor Challoner that you know these are things that you don't often get in these developments, and it's much better than having single bedroom flats or houses in multiple occupation, things like that, which seem to be what's happening in most places. But to me, if there was adequate space available, alternative space available, and it was going to be used for social rented housing, then I would see that as being in the community benefit. But at the moment, it seems to me as if it's kind of sitting somewhere between the two, and whatever decision I make is going to be one that's very marginal, because you know I can see both sides of the argument. But as I say, if Councillor Canavan had actually put that proposal as an alternative to grant or refuse today, I would have gone along with that. But,
thank you. So, Mrs. Bunning wants to say something.
Chair, the application before you is for 6 market houses, and that's what you have to take.
Yeah.
You can't consider what you might have wanted instead. The applicant is here, they are hearing what you're saying, but you have to look at the application as it stands, and that is for 6 market houses.
Oh.
Chair, I am concerned that the way this debate is going places in the position of having to say accept or refuse. And I'm very uncomfortable about that, because I just do not feel we have sufficient information. So if it helps, and it probably doesn't, I am prepared, to move that we defer it. But I'm conscious that the move to accept it has already been made. If you put that to the vote, Chair, I will vote against it.
It was a move to reject.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, apologies. There is a proposal to reject the application already been made. If you put that to the meeting, I will vote against it. But I'm happy to propose a motion that we defer it in order to ascertain more information to enable us to make that judgment.
Right, thank you. We'll vote on this motion first, and then we'll see where we are then. Councillor Tarling.
Thank you. The last two speakers have probably covered a lot of the ground, and certainly the explanation we have from our officers. The point being is that as much as I would like to have supported a scheme that sees the improvement of the church, what is a real asset to both the church, the community, and itself. What we don't have here is something that's proven. The part of this the substantiation is that the church will provide adequate community facilities, and it's a case of not proven at this point. I would dearly love them to come and actually prove it to us, but in my mind, it hasn't been proven that they're providing substantial replacement of the loss of community benefit as laid out in this policy. I like Councillor Challoner said, yeah, I think architecturally the houses are fine. I don't have an issue with that side at all. It is literally this policy, and are they offering something equal or a substantial enough improvement in compensation for the loss of this hall? The fact it's going to be demolished, I don't think is substantiating, because in theory, once you put houses on it, you're not going to then, you've lost the community use, and that's then changed that area for another 50 years until somebody decides to demolish those houses. So, it's that, are we happy getting rid of community use for this parcel of land for this area of Parkstone? And I don't think the case has been made by the applicant that there's substantial offsetting on that. Thank you.
I'll have a say now, because so much of what Councillor Tarling has said echoes what I feel. So it seems appropriate to repeat, well, not repeat it, just say that I agree. I go to a church which is a new renovation, completely refurbished, multi-purpose, but it's a quite different situation. We didn't demolish. We sold off various churches to pay for it. I mean, it was a completely different situation. It was built as that. So, but in this case, you've got a grade 2 star listed building, and we don't know what's going to happen to it. We have I can't call them plans because there's nothing concrete. We have suggestions of what might be done, but we don't know. So I'm very much of a mind with Councillor Tarling. You may.
I've got nothing against tearing down old churches. I actually said to the then Bishop of Winchester, we should pull down Winchester Cathedral and put social housing in its place. I'm not particularly wedded to old churches. And my local church burnt down just recently, but the church goes on. It's about people, not buildings. To give the old Christian message there, churches is people, not its buildings. I'd quite happily knock down St Peter's Church.
Absolutely, but that's not what's being proposed.
That's not on the table.
We have to look at what is being proposed and the information we've got. And if the information is not adequate, which I feel in some respects this is not, we have to act accordingly.
Oh, right. Yes, no, I just wanted to help Patrick Canavan. I wondered whether there was any legal advice about deferring. Surely we have to have grounds for deferment, but that would help you.
Chairman, I think the point's well made. What I'd say is if members, and you obviously, first of all, have to deal with the motion before you, which I think is to refuse, and it's been seconded, but if that was failed and then this one came forward, yes, we would, as officers, would be asking, well, you've got to be clear what it is, what the purpose for the deferment is. In other words, what extra information would you want officers to go looking for to bring back to you so that you could then go ahead and make a decision. Just saying defer isn't really helpful. Defer with an explanation of your reasons is what we're looking for.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
I don't really see that deferment is any real benefit. I think we're going I don't think we get any more information just by looking. I think if we refuse it, the applicant can always reapply again, which is the same sort of outcome, and provide the evidence that we'd actually want.
Thank you. I think probably we're just going round in circles now and repeating ourselves. So I think the time it has come to put this to the vote. We have a motion that's been seconded to go along with the officer's recommendation that we refuse this application. So those who are happy to refuse it, will you please vote now? And those who think it should be accepted, vote now. Thank you. And those abstaining. Sorry, I hadn't got my mic on. Could we have the votes now, please?
Sorry, Chair. Yes, there were 10 who voted in favour of rejecting the application. There were 3 against and 1 abstention.
Thank you. So that application 6A is refused. Shall we have a very quick break now? And then we go on to B. Hopefully that will be a lot quicker because a lot of the issues are the same. A lot of the presentation will not need to be repeated. So hopefully we can get through that in less time, but we'll have a 5-minute break now. So, welcome back, everybody. We are now moving on to item 6B. Before we hand over to the office of the presentation, could I ask the committee whether you want to hear the whole presentation repeating much of the same material, or whether you just want to concentrate on the differences, i.e. the housing element? Could I just have a show of hands? Who wants to just concentrate on the housing element? Right, that's a majority. So, Miss Birch, are you hearing us?
Yep.
Did you hear that? That we would
Yeah.
like you, if please, to miss out the first bit and just concentrate on the housing element.
Yep, just bear with me.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so again, the application's at St Peter's Church Hall, but this time it is for 4 houses. It's again been brought to committee as there are over 20 letters in support, contrary to the recommendations for refusal. As mentioned by yourselves, the policy considerations remain the same, and refusal reason 1 again relates to the scheme failing to meet PP 26. And I'll just jump to the differences in the scheme. So here's the proposed site plan. This time the scheme seeks to divide the site up into 4 with a communal parking area. Each plot would measure 7.5 metres in width, with the plot to the southern end being slightly wider, and each plot would measure 90 metres in length, with the dwellings measuring 8.5 metres in length and the gardens measuring 6.5 to 8.5 metres in depth. 1 metre gaps are proposed between each dwelling, and house 2 and 3 will be set slightly further forward than houses 1 and 4. So here's a block plan to show the wider context. So again, the resultant plot sizes would be larger than that proposed under the 6-house scheme. However, they would still be smaller than the majority of those on this side of Chapel Road and Church Road. So the concerns relating to overdevelopment and the scheme not being in keeping with surrounding development still apply. Again, consider the increase in built form, amount of hard standing, overall layout and resultant plot size would fail to satisfactorily integrate with surrounding development, and as such the scheme would still constitute overdevelopment. In terms of the impact on conservation area, the scheme is again considered overdevelopment of the site, and the conservation area officer has also expressed these concerns again. So in terms of impact on amenity of future occupiers and neighbouring properties, each dwelling will benefit from a kitchen, dining area and living room on the ground floor, with 3 bedrooms on the first floor. All rooms are of an acceptable size and meet the minimum space standards, and it is considered that the scheme will provide acceptable standards of amenity for future occupiers and would not detrimentally impact the amenity of neighbouring residents. So with regards to highways and parking, 4 parking spaces and a turning area are proposed. Cycle parking for 3 bikes per house is also provided, and again BCP Highways Authority have no objection to the scheme, subject to the attachment of conditions. Again, had the scheme been acceptable, a condition to secure details of measures to achieve 10% of the energy needs through renewable sources could have been used to ensure the scheme meets PP 37. And then here's the side elevations. So to conclude, the proposed scheme would contribute to the council's demand for housing. However, it would provide 4 residential units which would fail to satisfactorily integrate with surrounding development. Again, the scheme would appear cramped and contrived and would be a detriment to the character and appearance of the area and to the significance of the adjacent conservation area, contrary to PP 27, PP 20 and PP 30. The scheme would also fail to meet the requirements of PP 26, and it is also contrary to PP 32 and PP 39 in that the applicant has not submitted a Section 106 form or paid the relevant contributions. The scheme is therefore recommended for refusal for the 4 reasons outlined in your report. And again, in terms of additional information received since the time the report was published, a BAT survey has been submitted. Again, it is likely a planning condition could be used to ensure the recommended mitigation measures and enhancements if the scheme was approved. A number of other documents have also been received from ejecting parties, as outlined in the addendum, and a video link showing BATs in the area has been submitted. It is also noted that 3 letters have been sent to members of the planning committee. One from the agent again rebuts the refusal reason relating to PP 26 and overdevelopment, and the other 2 letters offer support to the scheme and do not introduce any new matters. And since the time of the addendum been finalised, a letter of objection has also been received addressed to the committee, and it also does not address any new matters. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have some representations, we have some speakers.
We do, Chair. I have 2 representations in objection. The first is from Ms Goodall, which is a statement I will read out on her behalf, and the second is from Mrs Christine Law. So I'll start with the
reading. Yeah.
Thank you. Whilst considering this application, please could I reiterate to the committee that this decision must have been made based on facts supported by valid evidence. Evidence is key, and we have seen very little evidence to support some of the claims made by the applicant and representatives within this process, other than the facts stated by BCP for refusal. It is frustrating for residents and those that have objected, as there is clearly a lack of care from the applicants and their supporters for the surrounding community. It is clear that this ultimately comes down to money for their own itinerary and the church, rather than the locals, community and their lives. As a street, we are united and we object as per the objections provided. It is frustrating to hear those supporting the application and also not a resident in the vicinity quoting much needed housing. The hall is not in use, safe or financially viable. The church is the hub of the community. It is only the residents that don't want the hall demolished. These comments throughout the application process are frustrating to hear, as I've not yet seen any evidence to support these claims, and as residents we see the hall regularly in use even to this day. The benefits of keeping the hall for the community far outweighs the benefits of demolition, which will only benefit the few for financial gain. I appreciate the attempts to bring the church up to standards, but at what cost to the community? Those in support of the demolition were friends of the church and encouraged via church newsletters. Ashley Cross is a busy area and we are passing by regularly throughout the day. However, any footfall is due to pubs nearby. If we continue to demolish community buildings and high-rise and high-value houses, and build high-value houses and flats that are not sold, referring to those noted on the objection, Danecourt Road for Ashdrew's recent project, we won't have community left to support the local area. We will have an additional few residents on the street travelling out of the area to reach these community use buildings. A detailed objection can be found within the application from residents. However, we are yet to see the benefits of the demolition for the community, as this appears to be difficult for the application and representatives to prove. And I ask why. Money is the driver in this case, not the community and the residents within. The focus is on the demolition of the community hall. However, I would question the future of the St Peter's Church in this application, as there is no guarantee of success with the reordering project.
Mrs. Law?
The current hall was built expressly for the youth of the parish and has served them well for nearly 50 years. Scouting and guiding have had a presence in St Peter's Parish since 1923, and girls come from a wide catchment area of Upper and Lower Parkston. And the hall is also used on a daily basis by a wide variety of users from the local community, and until recently broke even according to the parish's own accounts. It's a valuable community resource and no credible, safe, available alternative has been offered. The vicar has advised us that, and I quote, due to the church being a consecrated space, there is no guarantee that the Brownies can use the church, and I would advocate you use other alternative venues. However, moving these groups to other venues will likely duplicate services elsewhere, and they will cease to exist, leaving this area with none. Even if children's groups were to be allowed in the church, as the vicar has just suggested to me this morning, it cannot prove the sort of space currently provided by the hall, with a nice outside space for games. And there's no guarantee that the money will be used for the church. And can you imagine the Scouts playing football in the nave? The hall is used by many groups and families, and political areas and people for meetings and parties. However, the parish community moved out in time to submit the planning applications and avoid the implications of the Ecclesiastical Act. What's not clear is that the groups can safely go into the new church nave, and that the proposed change to the church to provide a mezzanine area is a lot smaller than the side hall in the current church. Also, the current church apparently will need to be heated up to over 16 degrees for toddler groups to be able to use it. With respect to local alternatives that are available, the URC is full, the Conservative Club has been sold, and the university has told us it will not accommodate children. And what about parking for parents outside the church, rushing in on a cold, wet winter night trying to pick up their child? We cannot do outside games in the cemetery, and currently takes them 2 hours to clear the seats. Who will prepare the space for the uniformed groups? At the time when your youth services are under great pressure and in decline, I cannot agree to the loss of such a community resource. The own accounts and the profit and loss table suggested in the application declares just £185 loss per annum since 2015, and the applicants suggest the funds will go to making them useful for the community. However, internal changes to a Grade 2 listed building will take years, and we are losing a community facility now. I appreciate there's a great need for community housing, but in my view, 4 houses do not balance the loss of this community centre, which will be gone forever. As one of my brownies said to me recently, he's trying to knock down the hall. It's where we do all our fun. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have a spokesman on behalf of the applicant.
We do. Mr. Darrell Howes, if you'd like to come and take a seat. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman. With a lot of conversation this morning about the community benefit outweighing policy PP26. I'd just like to draw those community benefits to you and to your attention, if I may. The first is the community facilities and services are not being lost. They are actually being relocated in a multi-purpose area, and the area within the church itself is actually a very vast area. It's actually quite surprising how large the space actually is, to be honest with you. But you're also gaining a pedestrian footpath. At the moment, running around the outside of the application site, there is car parking. There's no provision at all regarding a footpath. The applicant is offering the provision of a footpath that wraps around the entire site. That is a highway gain. Your highway officers support that part of the planning application. The existing hall at the moment has inadequate toilet facilities. Within the church itself, there is currently a project undergoing for new toilets, including disabled access. I'm not aware within the hall itself, there is actually a disability accessible toilet. You've also got investment, obviously coming from the proposal, but also the Town and Country Planning Act does actually says that the community infrastructure levy associated with a residential development is a local finance and must be considered as a material planning consideration. That is a public benefit. You have heard from the Reverend, the church hall is no longer viable and it will close, irrespective of the outcome of this application. The services in that hall are not being lost. There is an offer to all existing and future potential occupiers to use the space inside the church. The money, or the capital receipt, I should say, will be secured for St. Peter's Church. There is a written representation from the diocese confirming that the money is restricted to that purpose only. It cannot be spent anywhere else. There is no legal requirement for a Section 106 agreement, such as if we're doing a housing with heat flood mitigation. But in this particular case, the applicant is asking you to trust the church. The space, as I said, is large, and within that large area, there are no fixed pews. I appreciate that undertaking some of the activities which occurs in the church hall may prove difficult or challenging, but it's not impossible. Policy PP26 of your local plan does allow for the redevelopment of this site, provided it does not result in a substantial decline in the range of facilities and services. There will be no substantial decline in those services. The selling of the assets to achieve a larger planning is not a new one. Members in Poole will recall that the Newtown Methodist Church and Community Hall to the rear on Ringwood Road was sold and developed into 16 homes, and that scheme was awarded a local design recognition. The applicant who undertook that scheme is the same applicant before you today. The capital receipt the capital receipt for that church partly funded the delivery of the Spire project in the High Street that has been successful as a community hub, provides rooms for support groups, a cafe, a smaller church, and a place for the community to come together. You have heard that the church aims to achieve the same. In terms of the second reason for refusal, how can these houses be considered to be harmful and out of character to the area? This is not a conservation area, but an urban area with mixed style of housings and layouts. In my professional opinion, the design is pleasant and a welcome change from flatted development that often occurs from maximum intensification without any car parking whatsoever. The design of the houses are traditional, of domestic proportions, spacing with landscaping. They are of sustainable quality, and yet your planning officer objects. Each house offers front and rear gardens large enough to meet the expected needs of the intended occupiers. As there is no minimum garden size or uniformity of plots within the street, again, there is no breach. As a planning consultant, I often hear negativity from planning officers, which is disappointing. We all want to improve our environment, provide quality homes and make a better place within our community, but we are told it's contrary to adopted policies. I'd question, are we in control of those policies or do they control us? I note that you have refused the loss of the church hall in the first application. If this application is approved, then there could be an argument for an appeal. However, as this committee is being recorded, I am authorised by my client to say if this application is approved, then the applicant will not appeal the decision for the 6th refused earlier today. And as this is now on the public record, your officers can use that or this recording against me or my client if we break that promise. Members, you are entitled to make your own decision irrespective of the advice of your officers or the previous decision of the council. This application must be determined on its own merits, and if you feel on balance this 4-house scheme, which provides the community benefits that I've outlined at the beginning of my deputation, and the proposal conserves or preserves the character and appearance and provides family homes, then I would ask you to support it, as the proposal does not result in a substantial decline in services or facilities nearby. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go any further, I think I'd better declare that the spire in Poole High Street has been referred to by Mr. Howells. That is the church I go to. I'm on the church council at that church. Does that preclude me from anything? Thank you. Just to clarify. So now we turn to questions. Please restrict your questions to anything we've heard just now that is additional to what we've heard before or different from what we've heard before, and particularly for the issue of these 4 houses as opposed to the 6. I can see 2 hands, Councillor Salmon and then Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. The last speaker referred to SIL, and this is something that didn't come up when we were talking about the last application, but is, I think, common to both. One of the reasons for refusal that's been given is that the applicant hasn't completed a unilateral undertaking and paid the relevant contributions. My question is that everything else being not a problem, not saying this is, but if nothing else were a problem, what is that? Is that in itself insurmountable and therefore a reason for refusal, or is there something that can be done about that situation? I just want to understand, because those were given as reasons for refusal.
She's running. He's going to answer this one.
The requirement is to enter into a unilateral obligation in order to secure those funds. If members were minded to approve any residential scheme, not this one, but anywhere, there is a requirement that SAMs are paid through that UU process, and therefore, if you are minded to approve this scheme, you would need to leave it with us in order to secure that unilateral obligation before issuing any decision. But all new development in the area that is relevant for SAMs has to have that unilateral obligation prior to determination. So it would have to be left with us. And indeed, many of our applications, as you've already determined through committee, have had to provide that unilateral obligation. So it's something that can be achieved, but it would need to be achieved before you issue a decision.
Councillor Martin.
Hi, the last speaker talked about the spire. I've actually been inside that building, and I just wanted to ask, to make those internal changes, would a planning permission have been required?
We did have planning permission,
yeah,
but it wasn't a grade 2 star listed building, which is a.
That's my second question. So the spire wasn't a grade 2 listed building.
No.
But if if changes were to made to St Peter's, would planning permission be required for that? Those similar internal changes?
Not necessarily, because churches do benefit from what is called ecclesiastical exemption. I'm not sure whether or not works, it depends what the works are, but some works will require separate listed building consent, but it depends very much what it is. I'm not an expert in ecclesiastical exemption. I would have to defer to conservation for that.
Can I just add, the reason, or probably the reason, I wasn't involved in the planning at all, that there was additional building on the back. It wasn't just the conversion of the existing building, so planning permission would have been needed for the additional building at least.
I need to make it clear, sorry, planning permission itself would not be required for internal works, but there is obviously a difference between planning permission and any ecclesiastical exemption and listed building consent, again, which I'm not sure whether or not there would be ecclesiastical exemption. There certainly have been listed building applications at St Peter's, because I've found some as part of the history of that church.
Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. The officer presented a slide with a plan of the existing, so this was top level, the existing built form of the hall, and then overlaid the proposals above. And there was reference to say that the actual built form had increased. Yeah, that's the one. But looking at it, the built form seems to be the same. Obviously, there is existing hard standing car park, and there will be existing hard standing car park. So I couldn't actually see where the actual built form was it wider. Obviously, yeah, it's coming up to the corner more, but obviously it's coming back. The hall goes right to the back of the plot. So I thought it seemed to be similar, if not less. Thank
you. Have you got any comment on that, Ms. Birch?
Yeah, I think one of the differences is, at present it's a community hall. You would expect there to be communal parking. It's going to be residential, so we are comparing that to surrounding residential development, which typically has, the longer gardens, the longer plots, the parking to the frontage.
Okay, so that explains. Thanks.
Any more questions, Councillor?
Thank you, Chair. And I suspect we won't get an answer to this at this moment in time, but it was there was reference made to a large area for community use by the last speaker, and we have been told how much space is going to be lost in the church hall, but we haven't been told what space is going to be made available in the church for groups that move into that space. And I didn't know if we had that information to hand, and if not, that's something for the future. Thank you.
Ms. Birch, have you got any information on that?
No.
So as we've said repeatedly, we have to judge this on what is before us. Councillor Adams.
Yeah, it might be helpful as a point of clarification. I think I heard in the last one they said it was 3 times the space, but I can't remember.
But that is not in any of the documentation that has been provided. It could have been, but it hasn't been. So we can't take that into account. Any more questions? Right, let's move on to debate then. Anyone wishing to set the ball rolling? Councillor Hilliard.
Yes, for me, the first application was completely different because it was a terrace. It was a lot more built form. This development looks more spacious. 3-bed homes are prized in BCP, so I think that's completely different as well. And so that's the difference. And I think what I have balancing in my own mind and what I've heard over the 2 applications is that the community, so putting aside, I think the character of the buildings are completely different. So I like the character of this one. And similarly, the community benefit, I think, of the 3-bed houses is a step up. So the loss of the balancing the loss of the community seems to sit better with me with this one. And I always remember it's a fallback position that it could be demolished any day, and it is going to be closed to hirers in the new year. So I would be for this application. Thank you.
Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. I'd also like to make reference to the fact that we're told that this is overdevelopment on the site. But if you look again at the outline drawing where you have the proposed houses as opposed to the existing site, the ground space that's currently used is probably going to be slightly less for the built form, and you're actually creating some more green space, which again surely has an amenity benefit as well. Thank you.
I'm actually quite surprised by the Vice Chair's statement there. But, I think the point that we decided on last time was the community benefit change, and there's no change from the previous application here. Hence, we only looked at the quality of the housing. For my part, I like both. I like the architectural aspects of both of them. I think that I didn't think there was overdevelopment on the previous scheme, and I don't think there's overdevelopment on this scheme. I think architecturally, the housing development is absolutely sound. It's the only difference between the two applications that I can see. The decision is, as I see it, going to be decided on exactly the same as the previous application we looked at. Is, are we offsetting the loss of community benefit with the provision of what's available in the church? And it's exactly the same argument as we had before. So for my part, I was more than happy with the terraced houses. I think I disagree with the officer to some extent, because I think there was the terrace that's further up Chapel Street that's got the older style terrace houses, and I think the design of the previous development was in keeping. I think these are in keeping probably with the houses that are probably even closer to it. So I actually commend architecturally the scheme. I think they're good houses, but that's not the point we're deciding. We're deciding. I think the officers previously, and they may do it again, were emphasising the emphasis of PP 26. And without having it up there again, discussing the same thing again, I think the same argument stands as before. I don't think the case has been made for the provision, and I think Mrs. Law, I mean, I did make mention previously that I was a scout leader and what scouts do inside buildings, and it's nice to hear that guides are just as badly behaved as scouts are. I sort of suspected it anyway, but I think that's the point here. Is there's a difference between some activities that happen inside the nave of church and in the nave of a grade 2 style listed building, and there's activities which happen in a village hall, a church hall, or a village hall that's in the care administration of the church. So yeah, I think the argument stays the same, and I'm minded to go the same way as I did before. And I'm quite surprised. Well, obviously, Councillor Hilliard decided previously that he was voting on the architectural merits, not PP 26. Thank you.
So was that a vestige of a motion? A move?
A vestige.
Or do you not want to move at this point?
I would rather hear some more debate, because again, I am actually conflicted on this, and the balance of the providing the housing and then the loss of the community amenity, community space is in the balance here. And I am again still finally balanced on it. So I'd like to hear further debate before making a movement.
Councillor Rice.
Yeah, I was also surprised by the Vice Chair's statement. I thought it was quite clear. This doesn't provide community space, in my opinion. I also appreciate the design of the housing in both of the schemes. It is not that I have any issue with particularly. It is the community space and how it is used, and the differences between that there is no evidence that it is being provided if we lose this. Also, Councillor Challoner made a comment about increased green space. Just to be aware that once this goes into private ownership, all of that green space can be tarmacked over. So there is no, I disagree with that statement.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Adams and then Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Chair. I might be by myself, but I welcome Councillor Hilliard's comments. And for the same reasons as last time, I'm supportive of the scheme. I think again the community benefit of the SIL and the provision of alternative space, even though we can't give that so much weight, but weighing the balance and looking at the fallback provision of leaving a vacant site, I think I give that weight personally, and the principle of labelling development. I think they've given the assurances that they can, so I give that quite a lot of weight. So there might not be there's elements of it. Would be nice if we could force them to say that they definitely have to do all the work that they want to do, but I give it some weight in the fact that they've given us as strong assurances as I think they can, so I give that quite a lot of weight.
Thank you. Before I bring Councillor Moore in, Mr. First wants to start.
Oh, Chairman, I have to say really that I understand the sentiment that's been expressed, but obviously absent a legally binding agreement to secure the money being used for a specific purpose, you are relying on trust, and that is, shall we say, I can't say legally trust is binding, let me put it that way.
Councillor Moore.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, the risk of being totally controversial, I do support what Councillor Hilliard said. I didn't like the 6 houses because I felt that that was overdevelopment on the site. However, the 4 houses, I think, will provide good quality family homes, and I think they're an attractive design, and I think that it will outweigh the loss of community space because of the provision of the family housing. And I understand what you're saying about the legal agreement, which is lacking because they can't provide it. But I think the church probably answers to a higher authority than us. Yes. We mean what we say.
Mrs. Brunning.
Yeah, councillors, you have exactly the same situation with regard to whether or not this actually does or does not comply with it's with PP 26, and in terms of the loss of facilities. However, you do have 4 reasons for refusal there, and if members are minded to say that this scheme is acceptable, you do have the ability to actually say we don't agree with one of those reasons if it's on the design grounds. But the principle of this scheme is exactly the same. It's the loss of the community facility, and members have got to remember that. However, you have got the ability, if you disagree with one of the reasons for refusal, you can ask that that be removed from the, if you were still minded to refuse it, from the reasons for refusal.
Thank you.
Yes, so these houses will be sold to the private market, that's correct. So these, for example, these houses could be sold as second homes. We have absolutely no control over the community use, like the potential for these homes. If they were social housing and we knew that they were going to be kept for local housing and families that were really sort of needing the homes, then that would, in my opinion, be quite a different community benefit from the scheme. But I'm not convinced about the community benefit here at all. But I do appreciate the comment that we've just heard in terms of refusing it overall, but excluding one of the options in terms of saying, well, the design of the housing is okay, but you have not proved the adequate community benefit elsewhere.
Thank you. Councillor Challoner, then Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I mean, we're often told how things are often a judgment and a balance, and I felt that some people's decision on the previous application might have been finer than a yes or no, as things often are. There's areas of grey, and this scheme is certainly more acceptable, I think, to more members. I think it does offer some much needed family homes, and I do feel that that has significant weight in this situation. The assurances with regards to the continued community use, I think should be welcomed. I think there has perhaps been some either movement or better communication from the applicant with regards to what might be available to people. But on the whole, I do feel that this is a welcome
application in this location for this style of housing, which we really do need. Regardless of who buys them, there will still be people living in them. I don't see this as being a holiday home location where the homes would not be used. So one way or another, you're likely to have families there. And I think that's a significant benefit for this area. Thank you.
That's a trend.
Yeah, I think once again, I find myself conflicted. As with the last application, I actually found that the style of the housing provision was acceptable, although the only thing that would actually tip it for me for being in the community interest or the wider social thing would be if it was for affordable rent or social rent, and but the same arguments over the alternative community provision still exists. So I find it difficult to sort of to separate the two. I might end up abstaining on this again because I think as with the previous one, I thought there were merits in grant, but there was the lack of proof that the alternatives were there. The same applies here. And it is obviously a very marginal factor in its favour that it's 3-bedroom homes as opposed to 2-bedroom homes. Although I think 2-bedroom homes, if they were for social rent, are a gain anyway. But I think unfortunately we still have the previous reasons for refusal for the previous scheme sitting there very large in the big picture, and I can't see how you can sort of say, well, 4 3-bedroom houses tips the balance on alternative access. As I say, I would have favoured a more detailed site visit looking at the alternatives and whether it actually works or not. But I would find it difficult to vote for this, not having voted for refusal grant for the last lot. I think it would be difficult to vote either way on this one as well, because I just feel that it's looking and feeling disjointed. I don't think there's a consistency in what we're doing and what we're considering at the moment, and it's an inconsistency in planning law overall. Because all the points I made about the existing provision could be demolished, that still applies. So still very conflicted.
Thank you. Mr. Firth wants to come in.
Chairman, to try and assist members at least to some degree, I think it might help if I read out an extract from the reason justification to PP 26. So it's the text that goes along with the policy to explain its context. And what it says in relation to community benefit is proposals seeking to replace community premises should also provide community benefit to outweigh the loss of the existing facility service. This could include replacement with a different type of community space or the provision of affordable housing. And it goes on to say community benefits will be proportionate to that which is lost. So first of all, that's the sort of indication. It only says include, so it's not definitive, but that's the sort of idea that the reason justification is putting forward as to what would amount to community benefit. Well, not affordable housing, but any affordable housing could constitute a community benefit. What they need to recognise is that might have implications going forward as to how this policy gets used and interpreted going forward. So there are always potential consequences to what you do. It's not to say you can't do it, but I'm just cautioning that if you say normal open market housing constitutes a community facility, then obviously other people may take a view that that should be argued as well for other applications coming forward. So I'm just make that point. The members need to factor that into their deliberations.
Thank you. Oh, I was actually going to say something, but Councillor Rice, Councillor Martin, and then I'll come in.
Yeah, that's useful. So the officer will have assessed that specific point. Have you got any more examples of sort of, do they calculate the amount of housing that then constitutes? Like, I assume they do. Do they do calculations if it's affordable or social and there's a certain amount of housing, then that equates to community benefit.
I certainly haven't, Chairman, and more importantly, nor does the policy give that sort of calculation. I'm afraid, once again, that comes down to the issue of weight and balance. How much benefit do you perceive as being delivered? And that's why I'm saying you can't, I'm not telling you can't reach a view that normal market housing falls in that. That's not my impression of the sort of indication the reason justification is giving, but it's not saying absolutely. So it is a matter of judgment. But more importantly, I think once you go down that route, if you choose to go down that route, to just be mindful that that argument may be put forward to you again in relation to later applications on different matters.
Councillor Martin.
I was just thinking in terms of PP26, I think community assets are, you know, some sort of community hall is very, very important. Loneliness is actually public health issue at the moment. It's an epidemic of epidemic proportions. So I think community space is really, really vitally important. Although the applicant is telling us to trust them, it's a grade 2 listed building and they haven't applied for any sort of grade 2 consent that we can see. So we don't know if that's going to go ahead. I think I would say if we are going to refuse it again, we could always remove the the overcrowding. The reason for part of the reason for refusing the last one was the overcrowding as well. I think we could actually take that away, because I don't think the 4 buildings are as overcrowded as the 6 were. I think it's a better plan. But at the end of the day, you're going to benefit 4 families, but many more families are going to lose this community facility. And I think that's what I would be weighing up. It's so vital to the community.
Thank you. The point I was going to make is that if I was looking at this just as an application for housing, I would almost certainly be supporting the 4 houses. Is fine. They're 3-bedroom family houses. I would not find anything to object to at that, and I like the design. So if all things were equal, I would be supporting the housing, but all things are not equal. We've still got the loss of the community facility, PP26. I don't feel that we have been given enough information and assurances to be sure that that is adequately dealt with. So I'm still minded to refuse this one, and I would really like to move things on. I think we've given the 2 applications a lot of airing, so I was going to move that we go with the with the officer's recommendation, and Councillor Tarling was going to say something else.
No, I was actually going to offer to propose exactly what you've proposed, Madam Chair, but I'm happy to second what you've proposed with the amendment as suggested by Councillor Martin. We removed the reason of overcrowding, as it seems to be that some councillors here are minded that this is no longer a basis. So if you're happy to accept the amendment to your movement to agree to refusal, but to remove the element of overcrowding or the statement in the thing, then I'm happy to also second that.
Thank you. I will accept that. So the overdevelopment one, which I think was number 3, no, 2.
Is it all of 2 in entirety? Just so I'm clear on this, is it all of 2 on
in front of me at the moment.
I've just pulled it up, Chairman. I'm just looking at it now. Councillor Tarling is right. It's reading it now. It's on page 91. I think.
The Democratic Services Officer will read it out. She's got it on screen.
Okay. Condition 2 for this application is the overall layout resultant small plot sizes increase. Sorry. I'm sorry, I've just lost.
Has anyone got it in front? Right, Councillor, that's you.
The overall layout, resultant small plot sizes, increase in built form and the amount of hard standing would fail to integrate satisfactorily with the surrounding development and the prevailing pattern of development. Overall, the scheme would appear as a cramped and contrived form of development that would be detrimental to the character and appearance of the street scenes of Chapel Road and Church Road and the surrounding area, and fail to preserve the character and appearance and significance of the adjacent Ashley Cross conservation area. The scheme would represent an overdevelopment of the application site and would fail to provide sufficient land to enable a type, scale and layout of development that would preserve or enhance the residential character and appearance of the area. The proposals therefore contrary to policies PP27, PP28 and PP30 of the Poole Local Plan.
Thank you. I suggest we take a vote on that removal.
The Chairman knows your motion, so you can make a decision, and if someone wants to propose an amendment, that's entirely up to them. But I think you need to be clear as far as the motion is concerned. Are you putting forward a move which is based on grounds 1, 3 and 4, is it? I can't remember. Or taking out 2? And I suppose the only addendum I would add to that is obviously ground 2 is concerned with various aspects, including potential adverse impact on the setting of the conservation area. Are you essentially saying, look, we think this is acceptable in design terms and it won't have an adverse effect on the conservation area? And if that's your view, Chairman, I'd say drop reason 2, because that's I think what you're saying, and go with reasons 1, 3 and 4.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Councillor Canavan, before we go on.
Yeah, I just want to say that during the course of this debate, I've heard 3 members speak in favour of accepting this application. And yet now we're being, I feel, bulldozed, that's my view, bulldozed into a view which says, no, we're going to reject it. I'm absolutely uncomfortable with that situation. And I want to make that clear that I'm not comfortable. We've had clear arguments from members saying that we should accept this application, clear reasons why we can't accept this application, yet I feel we're being pressurised. I feel being pressurised into accepting an application that, into rejecting an application that I don't feel should be rejected.
Chairman, can I pick up on that?
With respect, Chair, I want to place that on record, because if I don't feel comfortable, then I just don't feel that's right. I believe I'm here to make a judgment. That's what I'm here to do. I feel that I'm able, willing and knowledgeable enough to make that judgment. I don't feel I need to be bulldozed into making that kind of decision.
Chairman, can I just make, I think there may be a procedural misunderstanding here, and perhaps this will give comfort to the view that's just been identified. The way this process is working is, and this is covered in the Constitution, somebody always has the option of moving and seconding a motion that comes before you to vote on. If you disagree with that particular motion, and this applies to every committee member, obviously, you can vote against it. If that decision falls, then the table is clear and someone else can come forward and put forward a second motion, which could equally be the opposite of that which has come before you. So it could be an approval. So it's not a case of bulldozing anyone. It is a procedural exercise, Chairman. The first thing you've come before you is a motion to refuse, and that's been seconded. As a matter of the procedure, you vote on that subject to any amendments that are made. If that falls, though, Chairman, someone can come forward with an entirely different motion, which could be to approve. But what you're focusing on at this moment is the motion that's before you.
Thank you. You've put it much better, but that's the point I was going to make. Councillor Tarling.
Could I make a point of order on personal clarification, please? On behalf of Councillor Canavan has raised that he feels that he's not in a position to do that he could actually raise a point of order clarification if he feels that this motion is going ahead without due consideration, and he's totally in his rights to do that.
So we have a motion that's been seconded. If you think the motion should be accepted, i.e. that this planning application should be refused in line with the case officer's recommendation, vote for it, vote yes.
Sorry, Chair, can I just pick up one point that comes back to this point that's just been made? I mean, sorry, I hadn't appreciated that was the argument that was being put forward. If it is, I guess the question is, are there any other points members want to identify? Perhaps, Chairman, that might be worth clarifying. If there's anything else members want to talk about, which they think is relevant to the vote, then I guess that's a choice you can offer to them. But I must admit, I took the feeling that perhaps it was a procedural misunderstanding, and if I'm wrong in that, I apologise. But Councillor Canavan can definitely clarify the point. But is it? Have I helped with understanding the procedure, or was it procedural issue, or is it the point that's just been made that I actually think there should be more debate, and there's some particular points that you think should be debated?
Which is absolutely right. But I wanted to get to the point of making a decision, whatever that decision is. Therefore, I made the move in line with the case officer's recommendation. If that is not the will of the committee, so be it, and we'll have a different motion. It is entirely a free choice. But I wanted to get the discussion or get the debate moving and come to a conclusion one way or the other, whatever that conclusion is.
Chair, can I just put a point of clarification? I believe that the move has been made to delete reason for refusal number 2. So if you're about to vote on this motion to accept the case officer's recommendation, it's without condition, reason for refusal 2.
Yes, the motion now is that we go along with the case officer's report with reasons 1, 3 and 4 and delete reason 2.
I'm going to make a point of order, personal clarification, that we have discussed so far reason 1 ad infinitum, and we haven't discussed reason 3. So I'm guessing that everybody, all the councillors are accepting of reason 3 for refusal, which is Dorset Heathlands SPA, which in my experience, and I'm not new to planning in BCP, but I've seen many applications fall on Dorset Heathlands, and also item 4, which is the Poole Harbour SPA. This is one as a Christchurch councillor I've ever had to deal with, but again, I'm guessing, Madam Chair, that we're also accepting these as our reasons for objection. Thank you. That was a point of personal clarification. Thank you.
Yes, it goes back to what we said earlier. The applicant hasn't entered into a UU. They could have entered into a UU, which would have removed those reasons for refusal. But because we don't have the unilateral undertaking to secure the payments for SAMs, they have to be a reason for refusal. But clearly, in the event that and we wouldn't normally seek to secure a legal obligation if we were minded to refuse something, because obviously that would be a waste of the applicant's time, money, etc. But obviously, if in the event that they were to secure a unilateral obligation, then those reasons for refusal would fall away.
Thank you. So sorry. Yeah, that's right. So we move to the vote now. When we are aware of the result, then we take it from there as is appropriate at that point. At the moment, we don't know what the result will be. So the motion has been made and seconded that we agree with the case officer's recommendations, points 1, 3 and 4. And therefore we're voting to refuse the application. So if you think the application should be refused, vote now. If you think the application should be accepted, vote now. And if you're abstaining, vote now. Thank you. So
sorry, can I just clarify the voting, because that doesn't
I think you
well,
missed one over that. So.
Thank you. It's difficult for me to see.
Do you want to go?
Was that for abstaining? Sorry. No. That was for.
Shall we take it again, just
yes,
to be
please,
clear?
yeah,
If you think If you agree with the motion and the case officer's report that this should be that the application should be refused, vote now.
1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8 in favour.
If you think it should be accepted, this application should be accepted, vote now. If you are abstaining, vote now. Thank you. So could we have the final figures, please?
Yes, Chair, sorry. The final figures are 8 in favour, 5 against and 1 abstention.
Thank you. So that application is refused in line with the case officer's recommendation. Thank you, everybody. We've had a very thorough debate. It's gone on for just about 2.5 hours. Thank you all for your time. We'll take a break now. I would suggest a half-hour lunch break to committee members and officers.
Sorry, Chair. A couple of officers want to do the long groin. Can they not squeeze it in?
It's 10 to 1. I think we've had enough.
They've been there all morning.
Huh?
Yeah. They've been there all morning.
Yeah. So good afternoon and welcome back to the afternoon session of today's planning committee. We'll start straight in on item 6C. Just to point out that Councillor Hilliard has withdrawn from the committee for this item because he's been very involved and spoken positively, which might be deemed to be predetermination. Also, Councillor Challoner is not with us at the moment. So if we could, Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, thank you. I just wish to make a declaration. I don't think it excludes me, but I have been attending the meetings of the SCERM.
Can you explain what that is for anyone listening?
Not exactly flood, coastal, something, erosion, something else. The coastline management programme that's BCP and New Forest District Council. I've been attending those meetings as I have a technical interest in this subject, but I haven't expressed opinions on either way of this scheme. So therefore, I don't think I'm predetermined in any sense. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for the record, Councillor Challoner has now returned to the room. Since we haven't started the item, he is fully at liberty to take part in the debate and the vote as normal. So, as I keep saying, but we now really mean it, over to the case officer to tell us all about the long groin scheme.
Good afternoon, Chair. Can you, first of all, okay.
We can.
Good. Okay, well, I'll just upload the presentation and then I'll kick off. Can you let me know when you can see the presentation,
I can
please?
see the picture loud and clear.
Okay.
So to speak.
Okay, thank you. Right, I'll commence. Okay. Right. First of all, this slide shows. I assume that most of you are familiar with Henningsbury Head, but the application site, the red line boundary, is indicated on this graphic. Obviously, Henningsbury Head is at the headland down here, but the application site also includes the access road during the construction phase and two car parks. There's the closest to Henningsbury Head, there's the Henningsbury Head car park, and then the second car park, which is the South Beach car park. So they'll be both used during construction for equipment, storage of equipment and plant, staff parking, etc., etc. The slide also shows the extent of land which BCP has an interest in. The blue line, which is quite extensive, includes Mudford Spit and the wider area. Just very quickly, it's important to bear in mind also that the application from a planning perspective, consent is required for works that are above mean low water spring tides. So there's also the requirement for other consents, including the marine license, which is for the works below that mean low water spring tides. Planning permission is required for demolition of the existing groin, removal of rocks, armour, etc., and the repurposing of the waste from the works, and the construction of a new long groin, which I'll provide more detail in a moment, and also the construction site accesses. It's worth considering that, or bearing in mind that the works are programmed to commence in April 24 for and to be completed by October. So there's temporary and limited impacts of the works itself to the groin, but you know, as I will convey, there are there will be impacts from the construction phase of the project. This is taken from the FCREM site, which BCP site, which explains some background to the project. I think this is quite a helpful graphic. It shows the there's a section across the groin, but it shows the size of the existing groin and the increase in size, both width and the height of the proposed new groin. And obviously the increase in height is to take into account climate change and rising sea levels. This is plan of the groin itself, the proposed groin itself. So the narrow end is the landward side of end of the groin itself, and it widens as it goes further out into the sea. Bear with me a second, I'm having problems with this slide. Doesn't want to change. Now I've gone too far. You bear with me a second, just lost control of it there for a moment. Okay. Yeah. So the groin itself is the proposed groin itself will be 150 meters in length, and it's going to be 3 meters above the ordnance datum. So you've got varying widths. So closer to the land, it's 17, or the shore, 17 meters, and at its widest point, it's going to be 40 meters wide, and the depth 4 to 6.7 meters in depth. Now on this slide, I would draw your attention. If you can see my cursor, there's a red dashed line, and that shows it's from a survey, the height of the groin as existing, and it also, as you move further down, you can see where some of it's been washed away by the tides, and it's worth noting as well that the groin itself projects the same, almost exactly the same distance into the sea as the existing groin. The key planning issues are the need for the project. Another important issue is the impact on the heritage assets close to the or at Heddingsbury Head, but close to the groin. The third is the impact on designated habitats and protected species, and the other substantive issue is through managing the impacts of the proposed development during construction. The first issue is the need for the project. So this project has been kicking around for quite a long time, and it is identified as a key project in the Poole Harbour and Wareham flood and coastal erosion risk management strategy. The need for the project, which I believe the applicant will talk about in more detail later on, relates to the works are crucial in protecting the headland from coastal erosion, and specifically in terms of protecting a number of properties within Christchurch Harbour and further at Muddyford Spit, etc. From a planning perspective, the Henningsbury Head is part of the Green Belt, so the project will help to maintain the Green Belt and the openness of the Green Belt. It will also protect important heritage assets, the Henningsbury Head Scheduled Monument, and others. And it will also, we'll go into more detail later, again, protect designated habitats and protected species. In terms of the heritage assets, this graphic shows the red line for the application site, but it also shows the boundaries. So the red hatched area are the boundaries for the Henningsbury Head Scheduled Monument. The blue area is the non-designated radar station. So to start with, none of these assets will be directly physically impacted by the works to the groin. So armour stones are to be shipped to the site, and plant and equipment for the development will, for the most part, be transported along the beach, which has been made up over the years, and so will not impact on any heritage assets. In the short term, there will be some short-term impacts in terms of increased noise levels during construction, and some of the views of the monument will be obscured by plant, equipment, etc., etc. But in the long term, as I've mentioned previously, in the long time, the works to the groin will protect and enhance the monument, and ensure preservation and protection in the long term. Important to bear in mind that Historic England have been involved in this project. They're also looking at it from the marine licensing perspective. They support the proposals. So in conclusion, there will be less than substantial harm to the significance of these heritage assets. Okay, to the next slide. Sorry again. Right, and designated habitat protected species. So Henningsbury Head again has a number of important designations. So this graphic shows the Henningsbury Head Local Nature Reserve, the SSSI for Christchurch Harbour. There's the Dorset Heath Special Area of Conservation and the Heathland Special Protection Area as well. So there's a lot going on there. A variety of habitats and different, which support many different species. But again, the works themselves will have been pulled together to ensure that they minimise impacts upon species and habitats. For example, construction traffic where it has to track through to the groin itself. I mean, there's 2 points. The first point is that the proposal, the intention from the applicant is to move the plant and equipment to the site at the start of construction, to leave it there during construction, and to bring back at the end of the project. But whilst it's being transported through the site. If necessary, various mitigation measures will be put into place to ensure that there's minimal damage. Aside from the biodiversity, from the impact on habitats and species, the proposals also include a number of proposed biodiversity enhancements. They include, if on this graphic on the shoreline, the proposal is to create an artificial rock pool habitat. That would be secured by means of a condition. The second is the applicant has agreed to creating ponds to support local natterjack toad population. It's worth bearing in mind that there are two other enhancements which are proposed, but they're below the mean low spring water, spring tides. So they're not covered by this planning application. They'll be under the marine license regime. The construction phase the construction phase of development is the area which is likely to have some impact on habitats, and it is important to bear in mind that the proposal we're proposing that a KEMP is prepared as a condition of approval, which will provide details on construction management, traffic management, logistics, biodiversity protection, and pollution prevention measures. This graphic just shows you, it's an indicative at this stage, so we will be requiring more detailed information and clarifications on the work program. But it's worth bearing in mind, or spending a little bit of time on this graphic. So you have along this side, you have the proposal is to create put up a fence to separate the works from the public. The rock stockpile, this indicates where the armor stones. So the armor stones, the proposal is to bring in the rocks to build the new groin by barge, and they'll be brought on here, and the rest here is just indicating various plant and equipment. The red line, that's also indicating fencing areas. Okay. Right. Yeah. So this graphic shows the access routes to the site. There are three. There's the main beach access, which runs obviously along the beach to the site. That's from the South Beach car park. There's another access from Henningsbury Head car park, which again runs down from the beach, and a third, which is the existing Mudderford Spit access route. Details will need to be clarified through the KEMP, but the intention is to bring as far as possible, most of the plant and equipment along the beach to the site. In summary, there is a significant need for the for the project, which will protect the coast from erosion and Christchurch from damaging flooding. It will also protect designated habitats and species. With the Kemp and various other conditions in place, we're content that that the safeguards are in place to ensure that there'll be no adverse impact on the integrity of the designated sites and species. That's been and it's worth bearing in mind that the proposals are supported by Natural England. The proposals, sorry, the applicant also proposes a number of ecological enhancements or biodiversity enhancements, which would have a positive impact on the ecology of the area. And in terms of heritage assets, officers are content that the safeguards are in place to ensure that there will be limited impact on those only during construction. With the condition requiring subsequent approval in place, we are happy with the proposals and are happy to recommend approval. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have any representations? I believe we do.
We have no objectors, but we do have Mr. Peter Christie who's speaking on behalf of the applicant.
Good afternoon, thank you. I'm Peter Christie, I'm the Capital Projects Manager, and thank you for the opportunity to represent the...
Can you speak into the mic? Sure. I know you're trying to be polite, but
yes,
forget about politeness.
Sure.
Think about volume.
Sure, thank you. My name is Peter Christie, I'm the Capital Projects Manager, and just thank you for the opportunity to present this scheme as the applicant and give you a bit of an overview. The Long Groin is a BCP Council owned coastal erosion and flood risk management structure. The existing was built in the late 1930s as a concrete structure only. It's performed well, it's increased the beach width and protected the cliffs from erosion. It's had various repairs and adaptations over its lifetime, most notably significant concrete repairs and addition of rock armour in the 90s and lastly in 2014 to extend its life and give a bit of time to initiate a funded replacement. Finally, in 2019, the condition survey identified the asset as beyond its serviceable life. So the project is part of the Poole Bay Beach Management Scheme. The business case was approved by BCP Cabinet in October 2019. In May 2020, the business case was approved by the Environment Agency and given local levy and grant in aid funding. The contract, estimated at around 10 million for the design and construction, has been commissioned to Volker Boskalis Atkins joint venture. Following all consents being obtained, the construction will be awarded, as Mark says, for a spring 24 start. I think Mark's covered this a fair bit, but yeah, the asset does help manage flood risks at over 5,800 residential properties, disruption to businesses and tourism in the area, and helps protect Moneyford Spit infrastructure. The proposal does conform with the hold the line policy as per the shoreline management plan. Some of the design principles, it does have a 100-year design life, and the sea wave event for the design is a 1 in 200 year, so a 0.5% chance wave. This is in accordance with the Environment Agency guidance and also the British standards. It's designed to be overtopped by waves, due to the principal purpose being that it's a coastal erosion structure. And the existing alignment and length works well, which is by Mark showing that it's not going out any further. But the new structure will also be built in the same position for that reason, and the concrete and rock will be reused for the proposed structure. So the completed structure will be a coastal defence and is not appropriate for public access for various reasons. It provides the latest research in environmental marine habitat enhancements, and the integrity of the SSSI is maintained by it as well. And as Mark said, it provides, we'll be adding natterjack toad habitat as well. The structure will be operated and maintained by BCP Council's FSERM team, and I've got full confidence that the FSERM team have consulted and engaged extensively on the project. The design and construction methods are robust, and that the replacement and upgrade as proposed is the appropriate option. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no ward councillors here, so we can move straight on to questions. Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, thank you very much. I noticed the application is above the main water lows here, but made mention was the MMO licence. Can the applicant or the officer confirm that the MMO licence has actually been approved, or what the status of that
Can
MMO?
you put it in English?
MMO. Yeah, Marine Maritime Organisation that grants permissions for works.
We don't all know these things, you know.
It was mentioned a couple of times, but fair enough. Yeah.
Chair, should I respond?
Yes, please. I've just got a coughing fit, so yes, please.
My understanding is that an MMO license was agreed in 2022, but that further revised application, because the proposals have changed over time, so they have to go back and get a further license.
Thank you. Any more questions? Mr. Flagg. Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Chair. The applicant mentioned that the implementation of this drawing was not for access for members of the public, but I can't see anything on the drawing to prevent members of the public from actually accessing it. And I wonder if we could be updated on that, please.
Thank you. Mr. Wadsworth?
Yes.
Can you provide an answer for us?
Well, I'm struggling, to be honest with you. Public access is not to be. It's not permitted. There's no previous public right of access to the existing groin. But yeah, I'm not sure what physical works will be undertaken to, whether or not it's a sign or it's very difficult to actually prevent somebody who's determined to get onto it.
Thank you, Councillor Tarling.
Thank you. Yes, I'm actually working on a ports and harbors at the moment and deal with this a lot. Agreed. I take Councillor Flagg's point. It's been a very popular place for fishermen to use, whether they're permitted or not. The type of rock groin that this is wouldn't be for public access because there'll be some very sizable rocks. I would suggest that if it's not already part of the design, that it's almost impossible to stop people swimming up to it and climbing on top of it. I've actually dived around it many times to look at fish that inhabit around that groin. There's some very nice fish around there, including weaver fish. So there's very little you can actually do. There's no point putting a physical barrier, but to save the council from any litigation for little Jimmy falling down the rocks, we do need some signage at the various different potential access points, certainly landside, saying, please be aware, groins are slippery and wet and no access. Thank you. This is just a suggestion, not part of this planning application.
Thank you. I hope that'll be taken on board by whoever. Yes, I'm seeing nods from one person in the gallery. Any more questions? No? So, open to debate now. Somebody make a move then, I don't mind. Councillor.
Looks absolutely fine to me. Happy to propose that we go ahead with the officer's recommendation to grant it.
Thank you. Have we got a seconder? I think we have. Councillor Tarling, are you seconding?
Happy to second, because if it fails, my house has gone as well. So
Is that a prejudicial interest?
I think I will probably be gone before my house does. So it depends how you talk about climate change and global warming and sea levels. But yeah.
Thank you. I think I saw another hand up, but was that also somebody talking to?
If I may, Chair, are we in a position to be able to put a condition on the application that there must be a sign to protect the BCP Council from members of the public venturing onto that groin?
I'm looking for advice on that. It sounds reasonable to me, but I'm looking for advice.
I mean, Chairman, I guess my initial feeling is it's not, protection of BCP is not strictly a planning matter. Though I endorse the sentiment. I mean, I think, Chairman, it depends on the nature of the signage, because some of it might constitute operational development in its own right. It might require planning permission. If they talk about putting fences up and stuff like that, it might also need planning permission in its own right. I think you've got the someone sitting over there who's nodding and understanding that they will look at the matter, and if necessary, they will submit a separate planning application to cover it. And that's probably, Chairman, the best thing to do. Chairman, I don't think it's appropriate for the individual to speak.
I don't think it is,
I think they've taken the point. I think they've taken the point.
Debate. But it's clearly been taken on board, so hopefully will be acted upon if necessary. We've got a move and it's been seconded, so over to the vote. The move is to follow the case officer's recommendation and accept. Those in favour?
That's unanimous.
Thank you. Right. Whoopee!
Sorry, Chair, just for the purpose of the public recording, that was a unanimous vote in favour.
And probably whoopee is not part of the, it shouldn't be part of the recording, but it will be. It's nice to get to a decision without too much controversy and quickly. So we move on to 6. So we can move on to application 6D. I see the case officer is ready on screen.
Hello members, how are you doing?
Hilliard is back in with us, so we're now a full complement of councillors again. So over to Mr. Henry for 6D, which is 39 and 39A Queen's Park Avenue.
Hello members, can you see my slides?
Not yet. We can see you and yes, we can.
Yeah, okay, thank you. This is a minor material amendment application to vary conditions 1 and 7 of a previously approved application. This application before committee, front boundary, relocate the bin stores, widen the access, change the materials to the turning area, as well as the landscaping along the front boundary. Vary the pedestrian access to include a dividing wall and to make alterations to the ramp to the rear of the cottages. This slide is the red line plan and shows you the block of flats which were previously approved and cottages to the rear of the block of flats. The application was called in by the previous serving ward member due to concerns regarding layout, loss of privacy, landscaping and design. There have also been 6 letters of objection. This slide shows...
Mr. Henry, can I just interrupt? I gather over on the live stream. Oh, the presentation. The sound is, but the pictures aren't. Right.
So he needs to previous items showing up in the. He needs to.
Yeah. Right. The Democratic Services Officer is going to explain what needs doing.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes, everything seems to be okay now. So
Start again then, yeah, sorry. Okay. So start from the beginning, yeah?
Yeah, yes, please, Darren.
Yeah,
Start
yeah,
from
okay.
start from the
The-
top, yeah.
This is a minor material amendment application to vary conditions 1 and 7 of a previously approved application. This application before committee is to vary the front boundary, relocate the bin stores, widen the access, change the materials to the turning area, as well as the landscaping along the front boundary, vary the pedestrian access to include a dividing wall, and to make alterations to the ramp to the rear cottages. This slide indicates where cottages there to the rear of the block of flats. The application was called in by the previous serving ward councillor due to concerns regarding layout, loss of privacy, landscaping, design. There have also been 6 letters of objection. This slide shows you the site from the street. The site is located on the north side of Queen's Park Avenue within a residential area characterised by large plots before the front boundary and various types of front boundary treatments. An objection was received regarding the change to the front boundary and loss of landscaping. As can be seen from the photos, the plots around show landscaping prior to the front boundary treatment, The photos also show you a variety of front boundary treatments, including hedges, mixture of hedges and stone walls and timber fencing, and brick walls and timber fencing on top. Clearly, then, there's a variety of of front boundary treatments within the vicinity. This slide shows you a close-up, and you hopefully members will be able to see that the cottages to the rear, they're indicated by the arrows. Also, you can see the two pathways, one leading to the rear of the flats, the other leading up to the cottages to the rear. This slide shows you the proposed layout as part of this submission. Arrows indicate that the arrow here indicates where the pathway here that leads to the rear of the boundary, the proposed alteration to include sections of steps which lead up to the cottages to the rear, the relocation of bins to the occupants of the rear cottages. Again, relocation of bins which serve the block of flats. There's been a slight change in the approved access, which here shows you that it's slightly enlarged, and also includes a curved retaining wall here. And here it's pointed out here that this is where the timber fencing is, as previously seen on the photo. And this turning area here is where pure tarmac has been the use of permeable tarmac has been used rather than pavia stones. This slide shows you the previously approved layout. This was the only pathway which led to the rear of the flats, at the end of which was a flight of steps that lead up to the floor slab of the rear cottages, a height of which is approximately 2.6 meters. The bins for the rear cottages are laid out here, rather than what's proposed to be moved here. Again, proposed materials for the turning area were pavia blocks. And here you can see where the access is was proposed as being slightly narrower, and again the front boundary treatment was proposed to be as was at the time. This shows you an image of the proposed ramp, indicating where the steps leading down to the courtyard. And this one below it is just a more detailed version, a more detailed, closer look at the pathway. An objection has been received with respect to the pathway, as it was not built in accordance with the previously approved plans and is not compliant with building regulations. Highways have been consulted and have no objections to the changes, stating that the proposed changes to the ramp as part of this application will now be compliant with building regulations. Also, whilst residents to the rear have stated they would prefer the ramp to remain as it is, unfortunately, it's not compliant with building regulations, and therefore the changes are required to comply with those regulations. Moreover, the proposal is far more wheelchair friendly than the approved layout, as this would have required negotiating several steps to the top of the 2.8 metre ground floor slab of the rear cottages. This slide shows you again the area of resurfacing of the tarmac and the landscaping scheme, which has been slightly revised from previously approved. The landscaping shows the retention of the tree preservation trees to the front, as well as sporadic landscaping around the courtyard to the rear of the site. Again, highways have been consulted and have no objection to the surfacing. The turning area and the access also has a drainage area to prevent surface water runoff from reaching the highways. It should be noted that objections were made to inadequate landscaping. However, the tree and landscape officer has reviewed the submitted information and is and has no objections subject to a condition which is in the report. In summary then, whilst it's noted that occupants of the cottages will prefer the existing ramp to stay in place, it is not building regulations compliant and therefore needs to be changed and altered to include the steps. The changes now proposed are essentially minor in nature and do not have any significant bearing upon the considerations that initially led to the previous approval, subject to compliance with conditions, and remains acceptable with regards to the character and appearance of the area, the amenities of the neighbouring and proposed occupiers, highway safety, vehicular and pedestrian access, surface water drainage and refuse storage. Thank you, councillors, for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. And I believe we have this.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we've received 2 representations from objectors, and I have statements for both of those that I will read out, and I have one further statement from someone in support. So I'll begin with the objectors. The first statement is from Mr. Stephen Blandammer. I write to express serious concerns regarding the current application, and I recommend its rejection due to significant issues. This application has not undergone proper consultation with flood management about changes to agreed construction materials, essential given the area's flooding history. I urge your consideration of the following points. Flood management was not consulted on surface material changes, despite their input in the previously approved application. The new surface materials differ from those approved by the Council's engineer, potentially breaching Condition 7 of the previously approved application. Moreover, the proposed addition of a precast concrete act channel without attenuation raises concerns. It's unclear if drainage into a soakaway mandated by regulations is feasible based on current submissions. Part H of the building regulations, effective since 2002, and SUDS legislation, counter urban flooding due to increased tarmacking, as is the case with this site. They require self-contained drainage for impermeable driveways. Granting this application would allow water to drain into the road, contravening these guidelines. The application should be declined until drainage measures are assured due to Queen's Park Avenue's flood history. Whilst the officer reports that the proposed ramp details are a betterment of the previously approved application and the design may finally meet building regulations, although it cannot be conclusive without cross-sectional plans, the stepped arrangement is inappropriate for the needs of current and future residents of the rear cottages. A more appropriate design would allow for gentle slopes with appropriate landing areas to facilitate the transportation of bins and for users with mobility needs. The committee's attention should be drawn to the changed location of the bin store from the previously approved application and the difficulty posed by moving these bins to an appropriate position for collection and back with stepped access. The current application suggests the agent previously linked to the development through another company may believe seeking forgiveness is better than seeking permission. Repeated breaches and questionable practices led to a completion certificate despite non-compliance with building regulations, reflecting poorly on local planning oversight. When the initial application gained approval, it hinged on fulfilling 17 conditions and commitments regarding the streetscape that were unfulfilled. Reviewing the current application, only conditions 1 and 7 were noted as breached. However, scrutiny reveals violations of conditions 9, 14, 16 and 17, suggesting an attempt to regularise multiple breaches through less transparent means. In conclusion, this application should be refused. I also urge the Planning Committee to initiate an investigation into how a building regulations compliance certificate was issued, given the apparent breaches of Part H, Part K and Part F. Sorry, the second written representation is from Mr. Jim Dipple. I write to express my objection to the current application and bring to your attention several key concerns that merit your consideration. I will not dwell on a failure to consult with flood management, which in and of itself should result in your rejection. It is imperative for the committee to exercise caution as to why this application has not been referred to the Planning Inspectorate for non-determination, despite being submitted 2 years ago. The history surrounding this development raises questions about the agent's perception of the local planning process as malleable, especially considering their prior involvement as the developer of the site through a different entity. Both the current application and its previously approved iteration have been marred by procedural irregularities. These encompass a range of issues, including the need for residents to prompt the officer to appropriately advertise subsequent amendments to the application. Notably, changes were made to the current application on 8th of September, yet it was not made available for further comments, even though these changes could impact on streetscape. Preservation of the streetscape was a crucial factor in obtaining previous approval. However, all shrubbery has been removed. The trees were not protected in accordance with the previous agricultural method statement, leading to the improper removal of TPO trees. Furthermore, the stone wall, a notable feature, has been replaced with a closed board fence that is inconsistent with the area's character. The officer's assessment regarding the impact on the character and appearance of the area shows a lack of local knowledge, given the presence of restricted covenants in favour of the Earl of Malmesbury's estate, governing front boundary treatment for properties in this vicinity. The use of closed board fencing in this context typically involves it being complemented by some form of wall. Additionally, the officer's assessment overlooks the basis on which the existing approval was granted and statements made regarding the retention of the front boundary treatment, including shrubbery. This highlights a planning failure as an enforceable condition was not attached to the developer's undertakings to the previous committee. It is pertinent to note a history of breaches associated with this development. Previous objectors have been proven correct in all their concerns, underscoring the need for caution. The committee must reflect upon whether it can expect adherence to any conditions it agrees to and whether it wishes to be perceived as overly accommodating to those who disregard the rules. In conclusion, I urge the committee to scrutinise this application meticulously, taking into account the aforementioned deficiencies and irregularities. It is incumbent upon you to ensure that the local planning process remains rigorous and transparent, maintaining integrity for our community and its cherished streetscape. And I now have the statement in support, which is from Aspire Architects. Thank you, committee members, for the opportunity of submitting this statement. This was a difficult site to manage and build due to the complex levels, tree constraints, pedestrian and vehicular access to the existing cottages and the adjacent properties. To add to it all, we were then faced with the national lockdown and COVID restrictions during build. These changes came about due to these difficult constraints. Although they complement the overall development, which your planning officer agrees with as set out in his report, a lot of time, money and care took place during the design and build process. We have worked very hard with your planning and building control officers to accomplish this. The decision was made to remove the front wall, which was man-made block rather than stone, in poor condition and potentially dangerous. This was replaced with a low-level fence to match the existing street scene. This type of fencing is seen at the front boundaries of the adjacent properties all the way along Queen's Park Avenue. It can be stained a darker colour if required. The bin store has been relocated to its correct approved position. The material changes to the turning area are more appropriate due to the incline and levels of the site. The groundworkers were concerned due to the level of changes and constant turning of vehicles that block pavers would lift, becoming a safety issue. Due to the level difference of the existing cottages at the rear and the driveway to the parking area of the flats at number 41, the design originally allowed for the construction of a substantial retaining wall and steps. Once excavation took place with the structural engineer advised, there was no way to retain the existing driveway at 41 whilst building a new retaining wall. To ensure structural integrity of this driveway, a new retaining wall had to be constructed away from the boundary of number 41. This created a natural path to the existing cottages similar to what had previously been there as pedestrian access. The sheer number of steps down in the planning shown in the planning design would have been vast, steep and difficult for occupiers of the cottages to use, in particular to young families and our long-term tenant who uses a wheelchair. The revised design aids her by giving easy access to her home via a gradual slope. It has been agreed with building control that for the slope to comply with building regulations, it is necessary to construct steps at intervals along the slope. We have submitted a plan to reflect the agreed change. We would ask you to consider these changes favourably in accordance with your officer's recommendations.
Thank you. So we move on to questions, and I want to start. The objectors have said that some of the original conditions have not been adhered to, in addition to the ones that are with us today for modification. Can we have some comment on that? Are they right, and what's the reasoning?
Yes, some of them were also breached due to the layout of the development, which were these are set out in the report in more detail. However, new conditions attached. New conditions are attached to the proposed approval to replace those conditions that have been breached.
Thank you. So, has anyone else got questions? Oh, Councillor.
Yeah, apologies if I missed it, but the actual finish that's been installed on the thing, is that actually porous asphalt that's been laid down? Do we know?
Yes, Councillor, it is permeable tarmac. There's also a concrete water channel, water runoff at the access to ensure that surface water doesn't enter the highway.
Councillor Hilly.
Thank you, Chair. The officer, you mentioned at the back, I think, that the existing path slope at the back, there's a large step down. Would it be any possible to make a ramp all the way, or is the only way to make it accessible and with less gradient is to do this step type approach?
Councillor, can you see this image now? I don't know if it's shown up, but it shows you the pathway.
No.
No.
Okay. Well, I'll try and
one of the ones in our papers, because we can see that on the on screen.
Yes. Well,
Darren,
hello.
If it helps, sorry, it's Jean here. If it helps, I think the answer to that is no. It would be too steep.
Okay, yeah, I was just going to try and show a visual. Yes, but yes, Jean's perfectly correct there.
Okay, thanks for that. And the other question is, by changing the front wall into fence, has it removed any landscaping, bushes or anything, or is it exactly the same?
Well, the landscaping wasn't built out previously. So in that regard, no. And there's three TPOs to the front, which will remain in place, of course. And previously stated, a landscaping scheme has been submitted, which the tree and landscaping officer has agreed to.
Okay, thanks for that. So obviously some hedge will form behind the fence eventually. Thanks.
Any more questions? I don't see any hands. So we move on to debate. Any comments? Thank you, Councillor Tutt.
I move that we accept, we go to accept the recommendations from the planning officer.
Thank you. Have we got a seconder? Councillor Challoner, you're seconding? Thank you.
Yes, Chair.
So we move straight on to the vote then. There's a vote to accept this planning application according to the officer recommendations. Those who wish to go along with that, please vote now. Thank you. Two in a row. So,
Chair, sorry, just for the purposes of the recording and the live stream, that was a unanimous vote in favour.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Henry. And we move on now to 6E, which is the Sandpiper Cafe on Bournemouth Beach.
When you plug my computer in together,
So for the benefit of those watching and listening, the officer is joining us, is in the room and is getting set up to make the presentation. So I hope everyone can see the presentation on the screen now. We can in the room, certainly. So over to Mr. Davis to make the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this application is for the Sandpiper Cafe on the West Cliff. To give you a rough idea whereabouts it is, it's below the cliff lift, which is below the former High Cliff Hotel, which I think is called the Marriott now. You can see it by the red box at the bottom there. This is a Google image, and you can see the cliff lift to the right, the existing beach shack, which I think there's been some confusion. It was known as the Sandpiper Cafe. They've rebranded it as the Beach Shack now. This is how it was before they carried out the works. And interestingly, you can see that what looks like a shed on the beach in the foreground. That was used for weddings a few years ago, and we did give consent for that. I don't think it's there anymore, but it was there for about 5 or 6 years, and you can see it there. This is a more detailed plan of their proposal. The existing cafe operation is to the top of the red line there. The promenade in between, and the square oblong is the decking on the beach. You can see it's an enclosed area. It decking over part of the site. The middle island bit is retained as sand, and they're proposing some picket fencing and some fencing around it to keep it away from the rest of the beach. There's a larger area here, and you can see they're proposing some beach huts. The top left and the top right, those two squares either side are proposed beach huts. They're going to put beach huts on the beach, and they're going to be there for people to sit in and have a meal and some food and drink, and also if it rains they can scuttle in there as well. This is the elevational drawings which you've got in your pack, I hope, and if there's any queries about the detail of that, we can go back later. They've actually gone ahead and constructed it, and you can see that they've put 4 of the beach shacks up. We weren't happy with that, hence the the amendment that you've seen in the plan before, but that's what's on site at the moment. Again, this is another context picture. You can see the decking area around the edge and the sand and the tables and chairs and so on, and it's below the cliff lift. To the right is the pier. Again, this is another image kindly provided by the councillor, showing the beach huts from the other direction. And this is how it was when I went to put the site notice up, and you can see they were preparing to start work on it, and you can see the extent of it on the existing beach area. The main issues are the principle of beach decking, the visual appearance of it, the impact on amenity, and there's some technical issues as well. And if I can start with the matter of the principle of the beach decking, the seafront is allocated as open space on your local plan on the core strategy. And the big question for us all to answer is should this open space be untouchable, i.e. should it remain totally open as it is in that picture, or is it acceptable to have these concessions which allow some operators to use it privately during part of the season? My view is that given the remaining beach space available elsewhere along our 7 miles of golden sand, that this relatively small area isn't significant. And also historically we have approved other concessions on the beach area. This isn't something completely new. The West Beach Cafe have had decking there since I think about 1999. You can see the wedding chalet there as well. Also, we've got the zip wire where they've got a platform at the end, and more recently we've approved the Rock Water to have some decking. Also at Durley Chine and at West Beach Cafe. So, to my view, Chairman, the principle of having a small part of this beach, which is open space, used as a private concession, is acceptable in principle because for the reasons I've just set out. I think the benefits are that it is good for tourism. It does complement the restaurants that we've got in our town centre. With climate change and so on, we're getting sometimes very nice summers, and it's nice to have that facility for people to be able to eat and drink actually on the beach, on the sand, as you would in many other resorts. So I think in planning terms, in terms of the principle, I think it does comply with your policy. The main issue that the other main issue that I was concerned about was the visual impact and having too much clutter on the beach, which is why I've sought to negotiate some changes to the original consent. The original consent, they were proposing a lot more beach huts, and they were proposing a big shelter on the beach as well. And I felt that was inappropriate. I felt that in principle, the beach should remain as open as possible, although it's perhaps reasonable to have some structures, some facility structures close to the edge of the promenade, and I think that's what the plan that's before you now is showing. They originally were also suggesting having the area enclosed with some stone gabions. I thought they were too intrusive, so they're now proposing just a post and rope edge to the sand, which is much less intrusive. So I think these small ancillary structures, are acceptable. And of course, we are proposing a temporary consent, not only for the decking to give us an opportunity to review it in 2 or 3 years time when it gets more worn, but also it's quite important that they remove the structures in the winter when the character of the beach changes.
So what we'll see in the winter here is just the flat decking, and people can walk on it or sit on it. But all of the other structures are proposed to be removed. The other issue, Chairman, is amenity. Will it cause harm or nuisance to anybody? Normally, we'd be concerned with open air eating and drinking establishments, that it would cause a nuisance to local residents. But of course, here it's quite well away from local residents. The nearest ones are some distance away at the top of the cliff. So I think that having a nuisance, or there being a nuisance, won't affect local residents. I've also recommended a condition that they do close at 11 p.m. because I think that at night time, I think it should remain relatively quiet. We don't want a nightclub operation down there. There are also a couple of technical issues. It is in a flooding zone, and the applicant has worked with the council's flood management team and come up with a flood risk assessment. And the main thing about that is if there is a big storm or something that brews up, or there is a local emergency, there is an evacuation procedure in place. Also, the decking has been designed so that it's freestanding and that it doesn't cause any harm to the seawall, because what we don't want is for them to cause damage to the seawall. There's been no objection from the Environment Agency. They're happy with the flood risk plan. We did also consult with the biodiversity officer, and he just wanted to make sure that there weren't any bright lights, because you do get bats foraging along there, and we didn't want them to be disturbed. So we've added a condition to make sure that any lighting is fairly subdued. So, Chairman, with the design that's now before you, I'm happy to recommend approval.
Thank you very much. And I believe we've got some representations.
I do. I don't have any representation to speak in objection, but I have received one from Mr. Paul Richardson from Shaw Architecture. Unfortunately, he had to leave the meeting, so I will read out a statement on his behalf. The proposal set out in this application is intending to add to the unique and ever-changing landscape of our beaches. The design aims to complement and enhance the existing offering that our client own and manage within the site area. This existing offering is known as the Beach Shack, aka the Sandpiper Kiosk. The temporary beachside seating areas will allow the general public to not only enjoy the existing offer of the kiosk, but also dwell in a safe and attractive environment that is usable in all summer and weather conditions. The idea of creating a place that people can use for longer periods of time will produce a higher revenue for the existing and established BCP offering of the Beach Shack by allowing the users to enjoy the food and beverages that are currently available in a seated setting. The current approach of a dedicated beach area not only creates interest and popularity, it also generates additional footfall and income for the local beach offerings, both BCP and private. This has been proven by the other private beach areas such as West Beach and El Marino. Our proposal allows our client, BCP, to provide its residents and visitors different and more affordable options along the beach. Our design has been carefully considered within our given brief to be a temporary structure and of high quality. The modular elements of the design, such as the deck, entrance, beach huts and boundary treatment, have been carefully considered to allow the structures to be removed by hand, transported via a BCP trailer, and then stored in a very compact location within BCP. The modular approach allows BCP to reuse the structures yearly for the 4 summer months between May to September. The structures are designed to not be fixed to any permanent features such as the prom, wall or steps. The modular elements are fully self-supporting and removable without any damage to the beach or its surrounding features. The beach surf shack theme of the proposed design relates to the and surf culture of the location. The space has been carefully planned to ensure that all members of the public can enjoy it. Level access and considered spacing will allow for wheelchair users to navigate the site. This will ensure it is used by all. Its fun and welcoming appearance will encourage the public to frequently revisit the space over the summer months. Thank you for your attention. We hope that with this explanation in mind, the committee members will vote in favour to approve this application.
Thank you. And I believe we have the councillor who called it in. Yeah.
We do. That's Councillor Stephen Bartlett.
So, Councillor Bartlett, if you could come and join us.
Afternoon, members.
Good afternoon.
Okay, just to put this in context, why did I call this in? I called it in because I was walking along the seafront and I suddenly saw these beach huts sat on the sand. I thought, what on earth are these beach huts doing on the beach? Surely they should be on the promenade. And then I noticed the planning application notice. And I thought, well, hang on a minute, how come this is operating as a commercial venture and it doesn't have planning consent yet? So I then looked into the matter and it led me to a whole range of beachfront developments, not just this one, but out of all the ones that I checked on, there was only one that actually had planning consent, and that was the West Beach. And there are a number of others that are operating throughout the summer with no planning consent. I've raised this with the monitoring officer. Now that you may think is not relevant to this application, but I do believe it is, and you'll see why when I come to the summing up. But I also believe that the main issue is one of the loss of public space. It is a designated public space, the beach, and therefore this is in the wider public interest, and therefore should be in front of this committee and not dealt with under delegated powers. And I believe that this does open up another discussion, a much wider discussion about the way the beachfront is developed for commercialisation. Now that stacks up against the character of the environment, of nature, and the Bournemouth famous for its natural amenity and beachfront and all the rest of it. And we're seeing a progressive commercialisation of the beachfront. So that's the background to it. And I'm sorry I haven't actually written a report for it. I sort of been caught by surprise slightly with it coming to the meeting today. But what I would like to do is quickly just go through the report. Just starting off, and you'll see that in the summary of the call-in notice, I've quoted a lot of the material planning policies, which I believe this application contravenes. And I obviously won't have time to go into all of those, but I hope you've all had a chance to look at those specific policies where I believe I believe are contravened by this application. In particular, I noticed whilst the MPPF is quoted in the report, it doesn't actually rebut the clause of the MPPF that I've mentioned in the call-in notice. And in fact, indeed, a lot of the report, officers report by a lot of the planning policies, but it does not actually rebut. It's very selective in the parts of the clauses that are used to substantiate the application, as opposed to the parts of those policies that do actually work against it. But just to quickly go through the officer's report. Oh, and incidentally, I've noticed that the change from when I saw it, all the beach huts were on the beach, and now I see that the application has changed, the design changed, and it was put online 2 days ago, and I wasn't aware of that until I saw it last night. And I have to say, what we've actually got now is being proposed is a vast improvement on what was there formerly, and so there's some note has been taken, but we've still got beach huts on the beach, which does affect the views from the promenade, etc. So just go back to the report. I've already mentioned about the MPPF. Yeah, paragraph 29 of the report says, the last sentence says, the proposal is not considered to result in the permanent loss of open space, and this is discussed in more detail below. Well, actually, a public disposal notice has been published. You can only dispose of the public open space once. It's not temporary. Once it's disposed of, it's disposed of, and that notice was published apparently. In paragraph 30, last time, it said food and beverage outlets have always been located on the beachfront together with the shopping areas. Yes, they've always been provided, but on the promenade, they haven't always been provided on the beach. This is a fairly recent development where the beach space is being taken up by commercial operations. Paragraph 33, the last sentence says, therefore the proposed decking areas would enhance and complement the character and appearance of this area. I don't believe it does enhance it at all. I think it just gets in the way of the views on the beach. It just gets in the way. You know, there is already the cafe on the beach, on the promenade. Going to paragraph 35, the report fairly acknowledges that the beach huts on the beach, they will be visually intrusive, and so the report does recognise that fact. Paragraph 36, it draws a comparison. It says that in the summer, when there is a busy area, lots of tourists, and there is other paraphernalia on the beach, the structures are considered acceptable. Well, I would hardly describe paraphernalia and compare it with a beach hut or a number of beach huts. So I think that's an unreasonable comparison. Paragraph 38 first says the council has previously refused permission for a decking area here a couple of years ago. Actually, it wasn't 2 years ago. This specific site was refused planning consent in December 2022, along with 4 others that are already operating on the seafront. So, you know, there were some there were some extensive material objections to why that they were refused. And I know they are commented on in the report, to be fair. Just as quickly as I can.
Councillor Martley,
Yeah.
could I ask you to draw to a conclusion? You've had over your 5-minute allocation.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realise that. All right, then can I quickly comment on the summary? In paragraph 50, the first few sentences do not relate to this application. They relate to the promenade, changes to the promenade. And the last sentence says, the previous application was refused on the grounds that the loss of open space had not been justified. I don't believe it has been. However, since that decision, the council has approved several other decks on the beach. That's not true. They were refused. 4 of them were refused. And importantly, I said about the loss of open space is not permanent. And as I explained, you can only dispose of it once. Just finally, Chair, if you do, the committee is minded to approve the application, could I ask that a condition be added to remove permitted development rights for the extension of the site? Thank you.
Thank you. So we move on to questions. Can I start the ball rolling? Talking about condition 4. I think the case officer spoke about only the decking remaining during the winter. But I read in condition 4, I'm not quite sure that it's clear.
Chairman, Madam Chair, yes, the intention is, it says apart from the decking area as shown, all other structures, apart from the tables and chairs, which are really part of the decking, shall be removed from the site.
So the decking and the tables and chairs stay?
Yes.
Right, thank you. That's clear. Councillor Martin.
Can I just ask, so is this going to be an area, so when can people take a packed lunch to the beach and sit in this area in the summertime? Or have you got to be buying a cup of tea from the kiosk?
The intention is that during the summer period, it'll be managed exclusively for the cafe. Although having said that, when I did go down to visit the site one evening, I was able to sit on there. Nobody challenged me. But generally, it's intended to be for the benefit of people using that cafe. Although in the winter, when the cafe is closed, it'll be open for anybody to sit down there and have a packed lunch.
Thank you.
Councillor Rice.
Can I get clarification around the fencing? Because in the drawings, there's a rope, just a simple rope, which allows vision to pass through and see the sea. But then are they actually wanting to put a fencing around it all, which is completely different in terms of visual amenity of the sea.
Yes, as you're aware, they've gone ahead and sort of constructed it, but we've then had an amended plan, negotiated an amended plan, and if you look at the amended plan in your pack, it does say that the perimeter will have a rope edge, a rope and post fence to it. So that is the intention, that it'll be a lightweight fencing.
So they'll remove the fencing that they've put up.
We haven't specifically asked them to remove. All we've asked them to do is to remove the structures. I'm not sure whether or not the fencing will be part of it, but it's fairly lightweight, fairly discreet. I wouldn't have any objection if they left it there, although it may be in their interest to remove it because it could get damaged or vandalised during the winter period.
Darling?
Yeah, Councillor Bartlett mentioned the removal of the permitted development rights associated with this application. Obviously, in the terms of sort of house building, and we understand that, what would the impact be of not removing permitted development rights in this application?
It depends what permitted development rights you're talking about. In this particular case, they've got an approved plan and the development should be in accordance with that approved plan. If they built something else on there that was different from that approved plan, we'd be able to challenge them on it. So I don't think it's necessary to remove permitted development, but I don't actually think there's any permitted development for this category of development anyway.
Chair, as the council's landowner, council has PD rights, but it would be a choice of ours if we enacted those. Having said that, my understanding is how it works is that the concession is leased, so we would have to be carrying out the works as the local authority. But yeah, that's a matter for us under our control as landlord rather than the planning authority.
Yes.
Who owns the beach?
You don't. So I believe everything up to the high water line, beyond the high water line is Crown land, and I believe it's owned by BCP. Okay.
Probably owned by the Cupidine, but we've got a long lease.
So the permission's been granted for them to put a structure on the beach, or there is no permission at current. If there's no permission for what they've put on the beach now, why is it still there?
Well, I think there are two issues here. The landowner or whoever, Bournemouth BCP Council are the landowner, and they've given them consent to proceed. But they're separately from that, they need planning permission. Just because the landowner gives them consent to do something, it doesn't mean that they can. They obviously need planning permission first. So, the planning committee can decide whether or not it gets permission or not, notwithstanding whether the council as landowner decide to let them proceed.
Councillor Rice.
Just a bit more understanding of the beach huts. So my understanding is that they're purely decorative. They're not functional in terms of being used as storage or anything like that.
Not entirely sure about that, but my understanding is that they're there as a facility. I don't know whether you went the Winter Wonderland outside of the pavilion. They had these gondolas that you could sit in, and I think the beach huts are the same. Although they're beach huts, they're not used by residents or people as a beach hut. They're used as an enclosed space so you can sit in there and have your tea and your coffee if you want shade or if it's bad weather. In the evening, they may well lock them up and use them for storage. But I think the intention during the daytime is that they're a facility for the people at the cafe.
I think I might be able to help on this. When I went down to look, each of them has got a table and benches in, so you can actually go in and sit in like in a little restaurant booth.
Right, okay, because on the drawings it says reclaimed and painted unused beach huts, as if they weren't going to use them. Okay, so that makes a little bit more sense. Yeah, they're saying they're recycled, but they are going to use them. So from a planning point of view, I'm very concerned, along with Councillor Bartlett, about that visual amenity from the promenade of having these beach huts, especially when I thought they weren't even going to use them and they were purely decorative. From a planning point of view, if you've got anything to say about that and the number of them, and
Yes, I agree. They are a visual intrusion on the sand, but it's a question of balance. And I think the important point that I made before is that during the summer you do get quite a lot of paraphernalia on the beach. You get bouncy castles, you get the lifeguard shelters, you get a lot of people putting up temporary tents or windbreaks. So in the summer, I think it's much busier, much different character. It's obviously up to members to decide whether or not they think that these beach huts are overly intrusive. My view is that on balance, they're acceptable in the summer.
And can I come back?
Follow up.
So have you gone back to them and said, was there something about reducing that from 5 down to 2, or what's the number? What's the current number proposal?
Yes, the current number is that they've got 4, but 2 each side. So that image that we put up before that showed a row of 4, there'll only be 2 there, but there'll be 2 on the other side as well.
More questions? Okay, we move on to debate then. Councillor Darling.
Yeah, me again. It's not this type of structure is not my thing at all. I'm not in favour of it, but what I think is good is that it is in that part of the beach which is quite highly trafficked in the summer and offers an additional part of amenity. If this was going all the way along to Hengistbury Head, I would probably object. I don't think this is setting a precedent necessarily for every square metre of beach. I think it. Yeah, I agree that it doesn't. Yeah, if if it was up to me, then I would certainly be moving to refuse. But I can see that it's an additional offer to the tourist attraction of Bournemouth Beach and this part of Bournemouth Beach. If you like it quiet, you can get on a ferry to Sandbanks or over to Studland. There's Sandbanks or along the other parts of Southbourne Beach which are quieter. So my main concerns and are condition 7, the waste condition, is the one that bothers me most, and more about generally nuisance management. And I know I've heard issues further along Southbourne of nuisance caused by noise, sort of late night activity, and this is probably going to stray into the rules of licensing. But part of the waste management plan, I would want to ensure that litter management during the day is part of the key thing. I know there's a lot of litter on the beach at certain times in Bournemouth Beach at this point, and I would like consideration given to the whether or not the use of disposable cups and the like are permitted, or if it is for reusable, washable sort of cups and saucers. I don't really want it to be a source of wind-blown litter along the beach, adding to the already considerable litter we see in the summertime along the beach. And as part of that waste management plan, I'd want to see that they actually have, for example, just recently, well, a couple of years ago, I was involved in a planning application with McDonald's, and McDonald's actually have a policy where they actually have a street cleaning team as part of their condition. So somebody is actually cleaning the neighbourhood up. I appreciate the neighbourhood is very tiny in this neighbourhood, but I would want to ensure that it's not adding to the litter load of the beach. And I would look to see a strengthening of this condition 7 if it was to be approved of the waste condition in their waste management plan, and not just the fact that we've got some bins. Thank you.
I don't know whether Mr. Daly's going to help us on that.
Chairman, yes, we can certainly tighten up the condition and make and suggest that they also include a litter management plan. But one thing we can't do, unfortunately, is to require them to clear up all the litter on the beach. That is, but certainly. Certainly, we can as part of that, the compliance of that condition. By the way, I've just noticed a typo in there, which I will correct. But yes, we can include waste and litter management, but that will only mean that they'll need to put up more bins in the vicinity of the area. But one of the important things about this application, and wasn't and we've referred to the one that was refused before, was that there wasn't any idea how they were going to deal with the waste on the site. And as part of this proposal, part of the other application that's going with this, is they've actually constructed a quite large bin zone, which is quite well secluded next to the existing cafe.
Yeah, sorry, I don't agree with that. You can't do anything. Put bins in. You can certainly request that they put in that they will do litter patrols as part of their, and it could be just a member of staff every hour or so going around and checking the within 2 meters of the outside of the fence as well, to make sure that people aren't just chucking fag butts, paper cups, plastic bottles outside of the area. So I refute that. Bins are good, but unfortunately this is a managed area, and therefore we have the ability to manage the people in there. People on the rest of the beach we can't manage. They turn up and they do what they want to do for the best. We can put signs up and encourage people. We can't do that. But I just don't think we need to add to the litter load inside that area. And also for the amenity of the users of the facility. We've all experienced going into cafes on beaches, and you find that there's dirty tables and litter strewn about. It's for the benefit of the tenants of the facility as well. Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
I quite agree with your sentiment about, obviously it adds to the tourism in the area. Definitely, I totally agree with that. And the planet is heating up. We're going to get better summers. I totally agree with all of that. What really worries me is the loss of public rights of way. And I do think if you're going to build a structure like this, it ought to be like a food hall, that people can still come and sit in there, even if you haven't bought a specific cafe. Because what really worries me is I've got some Nigerian friends, and they came over. They were quite amazed that you didn't have to pay to go on the beach. And I don't want the UK to become like that. All their coastline is entirely owned or rented out, or there's something there, and you cannot get from inland to the sea without paying. It's only £3.50. It's a lot of money to them, actually, £3.50 if you're Nigerian. So it's quite expensive, and I just don't want to see what's a public right of way now lost. If we keep allowing it for one, it's the thin end of the wedge. It's a cafe next door to that, it's a cafe next door to that, and nobody can sit there anymore or move. And I just think, yeah, if we're going to grant it, we ought to say yes, but there's an easement for the public to use it. And if they want to sit and eat a sandwich there and have a cup of tea of their own there, that's tough.
I think we're on to Councillor. Well, I don't think I actually formally moved on to debate, but did I? Did I? Yes. So do you want to make a point, Councillor Salmon?
Thank you. Yes, I've listened carefully to everything that's been said, and I do understand that there's a balance to be struck around the offer on the beach in terms of convenience and tourism. But I am very sympathetic to Councillor Bartlett, who called this in on the business of the open space. The officer's report itself does accept that that patch of beach between Durley Chine and Pier has a slightly different, gentler, quieter character,
and this is slap bang in the middle of that, as far as I can see. Being a resident of Bournemouth myself, I know that I value that quieter patch of beach where you don't have to go all the way over to sandbanks to get a quieter bit of beach that isn't covered in cafes, that isn't covered in overdevelopment. And I do think it is important that we have those spaces are protected and not this is privatizing a small bit of beach for commercial gain, which I have some concerns about.
Councillor Adams.
So I used to have a summer job pressing the little button on the cliff lift at the bottom right next door to the old sandpiper. Yeah, so that was quite fun. But I know the area relatively well, and as others have said, it's between the sort of two cluster sites. It's never, when I used to work there in the height of summer, it was never overly busy, which I probably appreciate Councillor Salmon's point that it's quite nice to have some quite quiet spaces. And I think on balance, I think the beach huts being only two each side is a vast improvement to the picture supplied by Councillor Bartlett. It's not the sort of thing that's for me. I think it actually looks a little bit tacky, but that's just a personal thing. Although I do accept there's probably is a need to do different things on different parts of the beach. I don't overall, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. I think we have to have a further conversation about the whole beach. I wouldn't want that absolutely everywhere, and it's not somewhere that I would go. But I think with its location, it's the cliff lift which leads you onto the hotels. It's probably an all right location for it, whereas other areas, maybe between Durley Chine and Allen Chine, that would be a terrible location for it. And that's another quiet area that should be protected at all costs. But on balance, I think it's almost permissible, but that's just my view.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Or anyone? Councillor Rice.
Do we charge for the use of the beach, BCP Council? Does BCP Council charge for the use of the beach? Charge the cafe? The license? Yes. I mean, to use the sand as opposed to the building. Like, you know what I mean?
It'll be the area that's in the red line. That's the part of the
in
terms of whether we are charging the leaseholder of the cafe to use it's outside the scope of what we're considering today. That's a matter for us as landlord rather than a planning merit.
Councillor Canavan.
I understood Councillor Rice's question. I didn't understand the answer. Is the council getting any money for giving this bit of beach away to these people?
We're saying that's not relevant to your consideration today. Well, okay, so the answer is we don't know. And then the second answer is it's not relevant to the planning merits. No, I'm saying I said, Councillor, I said we don't know because it's not relevant to us in terms of our assessment as planning officers because we're considering on its planning merits. And now I'm telling you that I don't know the answer to your question, and the follow-on part is it's not relevant to the merits of the application, Chair.
So, have we got anyone ready to make a move of any kind? Councillor Darling.
Yeah, I move to accept as recommended on the basis that with the additional strengthening of condition 7 to include a litter management plan to be agreed with the relevant councillor relevant officer dealing with this, a litter management plan. So with the addition of that, I'm happy. I propose that we grant along with conditions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, amended 7, and then the informative notes as laid out. Thank you.
Thank you. Have we got a seconder? So,
can I propose an amendment that we do make it it's public, and unless they are paying a fee, we make it public at all times. So if other people want to go and sit and eat there, they can do.
I don't know whether that's feasible or not.
I think that's outside the scope of what we can do under the planning commission, I'm afraid, Chair.
Chairman, Madam Chair, if I can just say it's a bit like the Queen's Park Golf Course, that it's public open space You know, you can walk all over it and do what you want. But if you were carrying some golf clubs and wanted a game of golf, I think it would be reasonable that you pay. And I suppose it's the same situation here.
Fair comment, yeah.
Okay, so we have a move to accept. It's been seconded, so now we move to the vote. If you wish to accept this planning application, please vote now. Those against?
1, 2, 3, 4.
And those abstaining? Okay. So can we have the verdict, please?
Yes, that was 5 in favour of that move and 9 against.
So the application is refused.
No. The move is lost.
The vote is lost, yes. Yes. So it effectively means that it's refused, yes.
No, Chair, that resolution has failed. It's now up to members to come up with any other recommendation they want to make.
So,
Chair, I move we refuse the application.
thank you. Have we got a seconder for that? Councillor Martin.
Can I make a point? Can I make a point of order? We'll need some grounds for refusal. Before we have a motion, we'll need some grounds for refusal, so we need to have some debate. Yeah.
Refused, seconded. So what? We've had a motion to refuse and seconded. On what grounds?
Chairman, I normally would turn to the person who moved and then the seconder to actually identify their reasons, and then obviously members can consider that as necessary.
Because I think it's an intrusion of public open space. And I don't believe the mitigation offered by the application is sufficient.
If you like.
Even though I was in favour of the thing in the first place, but loss of visual amenity in the area, that's a one, isn't it? Something like that.
Sorry, can I? I'm sorry. I'm happy to come down here because I gave my chair up. Are you talking about visual amenity into the incursion into the sand area as opposed to the promenade? I think we need to be very clear what you mean by visual intrusion of the whole thing, or because it is going into the sanded part of the beach.
So are those officers, are you happy with those grounds?
We just need to lay those to some policies in the local plan, Chair, I think.
Councillor Charlie?
Yeah, probably I say exactly what Councillor Sam was going to just say. I'd refer Councillor Canavan to those that are laid down. The policies are laid out in the reason for referral to the Planning Committee. First page of the statement where Councillor Stephen Bartlett has called it in for the following reasons, where he says the proposal is contrary to Bournemouth Local Plan Core Strategy Policy CS6, CS7, CS18, CS29, CS30, CS31, 38 and CS41. The proposal is contrary to Bournemouth Town Area Action Plan Policy D4. So there's lots of policy grounds on which you can raise objection, and it goes on then to refer to the officer's report. That goes on to refer to what those policies are on page 161 of the agenda.
Chair, just as advice in order that we make sure we're directing the reason for refusal to grounds we can sustain. So I think the key policies we're looking at are CS41 and CS31, because just going back to the 29.
Which is protecting tourism and cultural facilities. Okay. The beach is a tourism facility.
Yeah, so yeah, so so No, no. Yeah, so if we can, if we just clarify in terms of policies, CS29, hang on, let me just quote what that says. So CS29 is protecting tourism and cultural facilities. So development resulting in the loss of sites or premises used or last used as tourist cultural facility will be resisted except where demonstrate the use is no longer viable, no reasonable prospect of use continuing, and it's been actively marketed. So in allowing a change of use of a tourist or cultural facility, the planning authority will have regard to maintaining the function of the area in relation to the tourism industry, the local community, and the character and appearance. So CS29 seems to fit very neatly with that reason. Yeah, and I'm just going to CS31, which is in relation to recreation, play and sports. And then that talks about local planning authority will refuse planning permission with the development that results in a loss of public and private open spaces, including sports grounds, playgrounds, etc., which contribute to the recreation, visual, and ecological and environmental value of an area and contribute to a network of green infrastructure, unless it can be demonstrated the area is underused or surplus to requirements. And then just CS41 is a standard development management policy which talks about design and impact on character of the area, chair, which is a similar policy, so you see it's used a lot of the time. So is the mover and seconder happy with those policy reasons?
Are you happy with those policy reasons, mover and seconder?
Yes.
And have you got, right, could you read it over to us, just to be, right, no, but just the numbers and that's it.
Yeah, so just to confirm that
right, this is what we're voting on.
Move is to refuse contrary to key policies CS 29, 31 and 41.
And there were a couple of reasons before that.
Claire, on the yeah, it's on the basis of the loss of open space and visual intrusion onto the beach.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you think the application should be refused on those grounds, will you vote now? Huh? Yep.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4.
You're looking puzzled.
What's the problem?
I thought, Madam Chair, we'd get a chance to debate the motion that's been laid out for us.
If you wish to. If you wish
Okay,
to, yes, we can open it debate briefly.
Yeah, I think the challenge here is that against these policies, are we actually losing the facility and the amenity by this how many square meters? And in the balance of things, are we weighing up what this little square patch of sand is worth over any other square patch of sand, and the loss of amenity of that square patch of sand and open space? As far as I'm concerned, it still is open space for the bulk of the year when it's wet and windy when I go to Bournemouth Beach, to be honest. So it's not 365 days a year. It's only those days of the year when it's sun is shining and they're selling teas and coffees. And as Councillor Martin said, if she wants to go sit there with her Nigerian friends on a day when it's not open, then we can do so. So there is still actually amenity for when it's not being used. There's amenity when it is being used, but only to those that are buying a tea or coffee. So I think it's not a complete loss of amenity of this area of sand. So I'm not in favour of this motion as proposed, because I don't think the loss of amenity is that great over the whole 365 days, 24 hours a day type activity. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Martin?
No, I think the point I was making about my Nigerian friends is my concern is that this is the thin end of the wedge, that we stop this bit of beach and then somebody else has got another bit of beach and all of a sudden it's all joined up. That would be my concern. And it's crowding the rest that's left.
Of course, there is already down towards the pier a considerable space, considerably more fenced off than this is going to be. So, but in between, there's nothing. So it's not joining up and making a continuous strip or anything like that. So I voted in favour of it going ahead. I still feel that I don't have undue concerns about it. Councillor Salmon?
Yes, but I think that that's the kind of the point, that some of us are worried that there are already places where that development is starting to encroach, and we have to be worried that how far we go, and the more of these that are approved, the more there will be more and more precedents for more of this development. And at what point do we say, no, this is overdevelopment of our beautiful open seafront, our natural world, our enjoyment of the natural landscape in front of us, at the expense of a private company that making some money from, make a bit more money from selling a bit more food and drink. They're already there doing that. This is just helping them do it better.
The question in my mind, which I can't answer, is if it's not there, and before it was there, what did people who bought food from that, because it isn't just drinks, they serve food, what did they do? And I don't know the answer. Go and sit on the sand, presumably, but I don't know the answer. Okay, so I think now it is time for the vote. We've heard the wording. The motion is to refuse for the grounds that we've already heard. Those who wish to refuse for those reasons, please vote now. And those who don't wish to refuse it for those grounds. And any abstentions? So could we have the figures, please?
Thank you, Chair. That was 8 in favour of that motion, 5 against and 1 abstention.
Thank you. So that application is now refused for the reasons given. So thank you, everybody.